first thing, has anyone had a moment to peruse the minutes here?
I did, yes.
First order of business, we're gonna vote these minutes into effect. I just have to check one thing and make sure the dollar amount is correct.
Excuse me, Sean, you need to use the mic.
I'm not sure how close I gotta be. Is this?
These other ones work better.
Those ones?
That's what he put them there saying it would pick people up.
Well, there's
I'm hearing it just fine. Are you guys not hearing it?
Not at all. Now we're in sharing. There's Sean. Sorry.
sorry. Good morning. Try to get my back to the audience.
Anybody else?
Call us meeting over.
There's one for the social services line. It was at, the minutes reflect 25,908. I'm just trying to find out where that is in the minutes, and it should reflect. Thank you. It should reflect 26,908. So if I could get a motion to approve that number. That's the second last page. So I would need someone to make a motion. I will make the motion to amend the minutes to reflect $26,908 on the social services fund. We need a second for us to take a vote on that.
I'll second.
Thank you. Yes. Anyone opposed or abstaining? I would hope not. All right, that passes. We are amended to 26,908. So I'm going to make a motion to accept the minutes from January 11th. Thank you. That was Gary. So all in favor of accepting the minutes from January 11th, 2020? Aye. It's unanimous. Okay. So I do know we have, our last meeting, we had some discussion about drugs are dangerous, and they were not accepted into the budget at that time. I wanted to allow time for, Miss, could you please approach? I don't think.
I'll speak to people behind. Okay, so miniature. I don't think coded is the right word, fishing licenses, so they had something to do in the summer, and throughout we've acting troupe from Arlington Water. Subtle way of reinforcing drugs are dangerous with in matter whether you live in a big insurance and the cost of food for the Dad Day. And of course, the roller skating rink has raised their prices as well. So we raised it to $3,000 and $2,500. So Newton to Kingston, $2,500. And I think is it 3,000, 3,500? Okay. So it was raised 500 about 5 years ago. Our roller skating parties sometimes have natural high day between 400 and 600.
And just to clarify, are these Kingston residents, or is this open to
It's
everyone?
Newton and Kingston. Some in the schools where Fremont kids come and share our schools, sometimes they will come. We don't check IDs, but I do know of one family who has come the whole, and they always buy a lot of extra raffle tickets. I mean, hundreds of dollars of raffle tickets because they're not our residents, but that's how they support us, making the donation in that way.
But generally, it's for Kingston and
It's
Newton
for
residents?
Kingston and Newton.
Okay.
So we used to put up big banners, and one time we put in the newspaper. We didn't have the lifeguards for it, we didn't have the food for it. So we don't advertise that outside the communities at all. Sometimes we don't even get our big banners up on the fire stations. Everything goes out through the schools. So that we for hopefully just our people. So it's something that has been there. I know there's a grandfather that tells me, I tell my kids and my grandchildren, if you want to see me on Father's Day, you come here because this is where I'm going to be. That I feel is the kids who started with us now are, and it's not just coming to have a day that is free and fun. A lot of those families bring their children a couple hours before we start to teach them about service. They're being trained at a young age that you give back. So there's so many layers to it that it's really hard. I'm one of the usually handled it. And so I thought we don't have to. If I would have known and had a contact or something, I would have gotten you anything that you needed on the date that you need it by. Sure. I can apologize for that, and it certainly wouldn't happen again. I think
We actually did receive
some. As soon as I knew, I got it over.
So, do you have, and just if you could, can you repeat your name just because?
And help understand the issues that are going on and give them a better insight.
Can I just ask, for this year, how many events do you have planned for
Safeguard, and we have that.
and
So like the fishing licenses, they came to us with that. They didn't have money in the budget for it, and they were concerned about the kids, and we gave them the $700 for that.
and the 3,500, do you have it earmarked on what you're going to spend that on if we were to?
We $3. To me, what a waste of money. And $75 filing fee, you have to have a post office box, that's $94. I mean, some of it is stupid stuff, but it goes right to the roller skating. The rink is the whole thing there.
Okay, Chrissy, I believe you've definitely given us enough information that the board will be able to decide if that's in the best interest as representatives. So I appreciate your time and
Well, thank you.
You did get your stuff in on time. I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh.
It was in on time.
And if there's more information you want, like a breakdown and all, I can certainly give you a breakdown, because we keep all that records, because we have to file with the state, charitable.
I think the main issue is people on this board were not exactly familiar with what Dad had done, and needed to be familiar before we expense the money.
I think an educated decision is the best.
Well,
All
we
right,
appreciate
thank you.
that. Thank you, Chrissy. So we will take a vote to amend or not the budget for involving Dad's $3,500 and adding that to the budget for the social services.
Question.
Yes.
I'm a little confused. She was speaking in terms of dealing with the schools as well as, are there funds being levied at the school and asking for us, or is it strictly us?
Do you mean us as the town?
Us as the town of Kingston?
How I'm understanding it,
Is
the
she
school
getting money from
approached
the school
her.
budget, which is also part of it, or?
From the discussion that she had and
Yeah.
what she described, the school approached her looking for funds to buy fishing licenses, and those funds were expensed from Dad's account, which ostensibly is funded by.
There's no funds from the school budget going in that direction.
In the scenario described, there was not. So we will make a motion to, apologize, I'm not sure if we make a motion to add that to the budget, or if we make
Someone have to make a motion to reconsider and add 2,500 social services, 3,500 social services for dads.
Do we have such a motion to amend the social services budget?
Motion.
Okay. Okay. So all in favor of amending our budget and adding 3,500 to fund DAD in the social services budget? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So we have one abstention. I'm sorry, I didn't get your vote.
I'm waiting for the vote.
We're voting right now.
No abstention. I'm gonna have to adjust my hearing aid because the microphone's not coming through very clearly.
Are you in favor of adding it? Do you want to abstain? You are in favor. So we are near unanimous. We just have one abstention from Mr. Russell.
And the selectmen agree with that unanimously.
Okay, so we will. Who made this? Did you make the second, John? No. Gary did. Okay, so we'll be adding the 3,500 back to the. Cindy, you have that in your numbers there? I'm just going to need a final operating budget from you now. So I believe our next order of business would be to discuss the operating budget and the default budget. We have a page for the operating budget warrant article.
Page 5. Page 5 is your.
Okay.
Plus
Actually, probably should start with the,
35.
yeah, plus 3,500. I don't know if you want to go through the warrant articles each individual, or you want to start with the operating budget one?
I think typically we start, but if you believe it's a
The only thing I'd say is the others are planning board, and the first one is the election of officers, which I would just remind everyone that 5 to 5.
I believe that's what every position but mine.
Yeah, I believe so. So I just remind.
Oh, okay. So that's not right.
That's not right.
It's not, well,
I know it says on the warrant there, but some of us are, where's the list?
we'll have to check that with the town clerk then.
Yeah,
I do know that there were people whose years were running up in 2021.
Isn't it 12 total?
I believe it is a 12.
Yeah,
person
so,
board.
so if you two are the only two that aren't on, that would be 10, right?
I have one more year on my term.
Yeah.
What about Stanley? Does anybody know what's happening to him?
Say it again?
Stanley?
I haven't spoken or heard from Stanley.
He doesn't have email, you gotta call him personally, but I would hope he would know that.
I would think that probably should.
So the first one that we would typically vote on is 5, the bond out hearing.
Okay. Just because this is kind of a, you'll have to forgive me, I'm going to use my phone to look at the warrant articles. I have a difficult time reading through this sheet.
Actually, is there another copy, please?
Yep.
The only thing I would recommend is just placeholders, but the budget committee nor the selectmen have voted on these, so what's reflected is just a placeholder. That's not an actual vote yet. Today's is to vote.
Sorry, a placeholder for,
Where it says, so in the, you know, that we're all in favor of everything, we haven't voted yet.
okay. Thank you for the clarification. So you would suggest starting with Article 5 with bonding at the fire station?
Yeah.
Okay. And I believe we have people waiting to speak on that article? Okay. Can we, I will make a motion to discuss Article 5 out of order, seconded by Sean. All in favor of discussing Article 5 out of order? Gary? Are you in favor of discussing Article 5 out of order? Okay, unanimous. Graham, are you ready for your?
I believe Mark will speak for you.
Mark's gonna handle it. That's Mark Furlong.
Station Building Committee, and we'd like to do a presentation if you're interested this morning. It would help to.
Is it all set up? Do you need any of
Just
our?
need to bring the computer up.
Okay.
But I can start.
Yeah, please.
Visuals, I think, will help to understand it. We're going to use the same slide deck that we used for presenting at the bond hearing the other night.
Okay.
We're not going to go into it quite as much detail, but we will focus more on the budget, obviously.
Yeah, if we could just stay as salient as possible, and because I know it is a little confusing that certain articles need to pass, and for kind of any of it to work, right?
I'm sorry?
It's certain articles need to pass.
Well, the have quite a bit of history and detail on that, but
Okay.
the bond, because we're an official ballot town, a bond article requires a 60% vote in order to pass.
Okay.
And if that passes and nothing else passes, then we would bond the full amount. Just to give you it goes back to 2001 when the fire department first began since about 2012. Hampshire out of Concord to try to give us some advice and recommendations moving forward. And then 2 appropriate money to do building plans at a specific site, and that was turned down. After that vote, our committee was formed, and our first task was to identify a site. We looked at over 30 sites in town. There were some restrictions on where we can locate a fire station due to response times, but we did consider over 30 sites. We narrowed that list down successively and then finally settled on the site that we brought to the voters last year, which was to acquire to give us an enlarged lot, which that transaction closed just about a month ago, December 2nd. So we including where the current fire station sits and then behind that. And also got into a little bit more detail about what the construction materials and that sort of thing will be. We have chosen to use a construction management project delivery method, and that's one where we hire a construction manager early in the process, a construction management firm, And in the pre-construction phase, their role is to develop the budget, and they become a member of our team. They don't build anything, they supervise the construction. When we actually get to construction, every aspect of the project gets bid out to subcontractors. We used a competitive process to hire them. We had bids from four firms, and technology failed. Story of my life. So.
Can I have your name?
Mark Furlong. So we were interviewed, and we selected Bowen Corporation, which is they're out of Meredith, New Hampshire, and they also happen to be the same firm that was involved in building, the construction management firm in building our library. And I've been involved in 2 projects already. I was on the school board when we built the high school, and I was on the building committee for the library. Both of those projects were done using construction management, and I personally believe in the process. I think it gives you the best value, in your building. Looks like we're not going to be able to have the slides, so I'll refer to my notes a little bit here. I came prepared for technology failure. No, I'm good.
Can he do it from there?
I'm good. So at it's still a conceptual phase. It's only based on about 10% of the design work. The full design gets done if this project gets approved. And it has 2 major components to the building. There is an administrative area, which has offices and other storage areas and so on that are needed to support the current and future operation of the fire department. And then the back portion of the building is it's an 8-bay, substantially larger bays than what we have now, which is one of the most significant issues of our current station, is we can't fit the equipment in it properly. If you look at those 2 aspects of the building, there's 2 different construction methods that will be used. The administrative part of the building is going to be built using insulated concrete forms, which are it's a very green building method. It's very energy efficient. And then the back part of the building, which was where the bays are, is a insulated steel construction with some brick siding. In terms of the there are 2 major components of that budget. There's the hard costs and the soft costs. Hard costs are the actual costs of the construction. Bowen is the one that put that budget together and brought it to our committee. And that's based on a very standardized process. In construction, there are very standardized subsections to the budget covering things like mechanical, electrical, carpentry, and finishes, and so on. And the way that they go about doing a construction budget like this is they share the information that they have with subcontractors and get preliminary estimates from them, and then also put that together with their current knowledge of what's going on in the field, since they're doing these kinds of projects on an ongoing basis. That's the only way that Bowen works is as a construction manager. So they brought us that part of the budget, and then the architecture firm SMP puts together the overall project budget, which also incorporates the soft costs. And the soft costs include things such as architectural and engineering fees, furniture, fixture, and equipment. I don't remember what else goes into that. I can't quite see the slide. There's some permits and fees and legal expenses and that sort of thing. So our construction budget is approximately $4.4 million, and total budget is 5.825.
Can I ask a question, Mark? For the company chosen, you said it was Bauer?
Bowen.
Bauer, okay.
B-A-U-E-N Corporation.
B-A-U-E-N, Bauer, okay. Have they built a fire station in the past? Are they
Yes.
familiar with, okay.
Yes, they all of the construction management firms that bid on this project had experience in building fire stations. That was one of the criteria that we set out.
Okay.
And Bowen had, they met that criteria, and they've also worked on a number of projects, including, I think, a fire station with SMP. SMP, the architect, they've designed several fire stations, including one recently in Warner, New Hampshire, which was also built with ICF, the insulated concrete facilities.
Side note I wanted to make about the company of whether they had that expertise in fire.
I can't hear you.
I just
Besides Meredith, did they build other stations?
yes.
I went on the website. They have that experience on both the architectural firm, working with architectural firm and building firehouses, so they've had experience in both, working with them.
You can show if you want. We were unplugged over there.
Did have one question. Is this the same group? It was a costly design for a firehouse to be built. And I don't know. Does anyone remember this? It was a significant amount.
So that was never done.
For
the different method of delivering the project. You can either design the building first and then and build it, or you can do the construction management approach, which is you pay a little bit of money up front for concepts, and then the majority of the design gets done after the building has actually been passed and funded.
Which the warrant article that previously passed is what paid for that design for the construction management? Is that?
For the work that's been done so far, since our committee has been working in the last 20 months, we've had relatively modest expenses which have been paid out of impact fees. And the selectmen have been very supportive of using those impact fees for this effort.
Okay.
I think we had number our total expenditure, but somewhere in the order of $20,000.
And there's one other thing. It would be, if you look on Article 7, and I know we're talking about right now Article 5, but I think that Articles 7, 8, and 9, at least 7 and 8, they say at the end, this article shall have no tax impact, but that's not true, right? If these don't pass, then they will, the tax impact. Is that right?
They won't be raised and appropriated based on those articles, is I believe the...
7, 8, and 9 it allows for expending of $2.6 million from the infrastructure fund. So it has no tax impact. Whether it passes or doesn't.
You're hit. Then if you look at Article 5, right, so I think it's misleading to say that if any, it should be, we shouldn't just, there's a lot, and they,
all the information's there. The first paragraph with the tax. It gives the correct amount if people allow the spending. It gives both answers there, I think.
It does. It gives the, so
I see that, but I mean, think about it. When you go to vote, then that
20, which it states. To say.
For this amount bonded, the estimated tax impact for 2021 is 26 cents per $1,000.
I think work hard to make sure these others pass, these other articles pass, but clearly I think going into it, I think the population will be more inclined to vote for those five, whatever they are, 7, 8, 9, or whatever it is, because it says that, and I think that that's clear that it's going to save them money if they do vote and support those.
But I think what Article 7 states, it has no tax impact, because the money is already,
Right.
it's already in a fund. It's not going to be taxed to people. If they vote to expend the $2.6 million, there is no tax impact directly for that $2.6 million being expended.
right. They're not. It's a yes or a no, and who knows what you get out of that. If they all say no, if it ends up not passing, it has a significant tax impact.
It's not from Article 7, the tax impact is from Article 5. So
Right.
So you can't say Article 7 has an impact when the impact actually is not from there.
is that a legal DRA scenario?
But legally, you're not going to be able to say that.
If there's any failure in communication, what we're trying to portray here is that it would be a negative impact on taxes in the sense that we would end up bonding that complete amount out because someone felt, I don't know, maybe unfortunately some people aren't going to take the full time.
You can't say that an article has impact when it doesn't, even though it's another article that has the impact.
Right.
I agree with what you're saying, and that's going to be people's job to educate the people.
Yeah.
Mainly the fire.
I don't know if that can that be changed to make it more clear as to what is really happening? I mean, I don't know.
I guess
I'm just saying, I mean, point blank, I would say, if this doesn't pass, in Article...
If what
But, I don't know, something point blank that if Article 5, this does not pass, I almost think that this should be in part of Article 5. They can't put them together?
Basically, it sounds like he wants to say if Article 7 does not pass, the impact will now be the 50, whatever cents.
But it says all that in Article 5.
I understand. We'll let you say that.
I mean, democracy is not a spectator sport. People have to take 2 seconds and read the thing they're voting on.
They do, but do they always?
Well, I mean, we can't-
Sorry.
is added to the end of Article 5 that says, I don't have the exact wording in front of me, but if Articles 7, 8, and 9 pass, then
It is in there.
It's in there.
It's in there.
We actually got the wording in there.
It's all in there.
oh, it is.
What we're basically suggesting is another form of redundancy in basically restating that scenario.
So what do
in
you want
7,
it
8,
to
9.
say?
Let-
Tell me.
All right, let me just take a stab at it if I could. It's one thing, it'd not. Out of that fund in the same article.
Can't.
Because of the 3/5?
Because the infrastructure fund is a revocable trust.
Okay.
So that's what those 3 articles are. It's the exact same thing that happened for the library. We went all around this week to figure that out. It's confusion, that's 4 articles. You gotta look at the bond article as 1, okay, and the other 3 are to get the 2.6 million out. But it has to be that way. There's no ifs, ands, or buts, and the wording is exactly the way it has to be. If you want semantics on the educating the voters with these 2 things, okay. I'm asking you what would make it work for you, then we can have that discussion. Sit here and go back and forth and say, I want something different. Okay, what do you want different?
Well, these are also just simple majority, right? The other ones, not that this the bond issue is a 3/5, but the other is simple majority.
Correct.
Now, maybe if Article 5 passes and this does not pass,
If Article 5, what's this? Define this.
yeah, okay, if Article 5 8 and 9 does not pass, then this is going to be a tax impact to the taxpayer. It should. Yeah.
So, I agree with what you're saying, Sean. It is confusing. My point of order is, we can't change this today. We have 3 weeks to change it at deliberative session. That's when you can change wording, change dollar amounts. Dollar amounts can't be changed today. This is our chance to present it to the Board of Selectmen and you for an up and down, yes or no vote. Do you support it? You might not like it, and we have a chance to make that correction on deliberative day, which is February 8th, excuse me, and voting is March 10th. But that's kind of the way it is, and to defend, not defend, but just a lot, and everything up to recommended by the Budget Committee and the Board of Selectmen, that's absolutely the way it's got to be. We can change some numbers, but to make the DRA happy so that this can become a legal warrant article and they don't challenge it and throw it out. So even if the voters vote for it, if it's not a legal warrant article with all the we're putting too much verbiage. I agree with you, the voters need to be informed, but you got to be careful what you put down on the warrant articles, otherwise the DRA will make them illegal. But we voters can hear this and be ready at deliberative session to make their changes if they want.
Rich, I think today to try to wordsmith this here this morning is not a great idea. There is time that people want to take a stab at it to try to come up with something for deliberative. I think today it's a little, we have what we have, and I think we ought to probably.
I believe it'll just be up to the fire department and other people's concern with this article to make sure people are properly educated. I can see your concern about how people might not understand what the full impact is of this scenario. This education.
for it, I want it to pass, but that's why I want people to realize it isn't at no impact, it is an impact if they don't vote yes, you know.
There's unfortunately multiple definitions of why that might have no tax impact, and I believe timing, tax year, et cetera, are different considerations, and we'll have to accept that that's what's described to us. I'd like to continue being educated on these articles, Mark, if we could. Sure.
Mr. Chairman, I think we beat that dead horse.
We just skipped forward to show.
I've got a question, and I want to know whether or not the requested money takes into consideration the possibility.
I don't believe that would be associated with the building. I don't believe that would be. Kevin, do you have any?
Are we talking for the dump or for the fire station? The fire station, it's already being remediated when they do it. It's the water itself is the contaminated. They would be putting a new well, which would no longer be contaminated.
But we do have a neighborhood. The question.
Construction budget, yes, it's gonna take care of their problem over there. The rest of it is a town issue with water. It's not a contaminated soil issue, it's a water problem. It has no impact for the buildings, for the building itself. They're taking.
He didn't say that. He said that the groundwater is the issue. I believe he.
Not the soil.
Yeah.
It's the groundwater has the problem. Yes.
Which goes to the soil to get there. Okay, forget it.
But the building.
If the money's there, if it's taken care of in some other.
It is.
That's fine.
Included in the construction budget is drilling an artesian well, which an artesian well gets us below the level of any of the groundwater contamination. So one of the unknowns in the project is, because we haven't done enough engineering work yet, is what has to be done to the soil itself, if anything. But that's something that will be done as part of the investigation if the project is approved.
So Ray, I guess to properly answer your question, that is an ongoing situation that.
Coming from a different direction, I understand.
Yeah. Please, Mr. Furlong, continue.
Okay, so now that we have our visuals, this is an overall view of the building layout. Main Street is over here to the right. Rock River Road would be to the top. So you can see in the front, the administrative area, in the blue and in the green. In the back, in the orange, is the bays. There are 4 bays that are drive-through bays. They are 20 feet wide with 80 feet long. So we can fit basically two full-size pieces of equipment in each bay. The bay doors are varying with 16 feet for one and 14 feet for the other 3. Those are significantly wider than the current bays. And then in the very back of the building, see there's a gear room, a separate entrance for firefighters to enter when they're returning from an incident, a decontamination room, which is something that the current facility doesn't have, and then some other storage areas. Go to the next one. This is also more detailed, showing some of the sizes of the spaces. Way off to the right, one of the things that we added during this most recent work was a small basement to house some of the mechanical equipment rather than using higher cost space on the ground level to house that. Next one. This is a view from the corner of Rockrimmon Road, basically. So the front part of the building, the administrative space, which I described earlier, looks like conventional construction. It will have siding that is appropriate for looking like a New England building, but the actual construction it's not stick built. It's insulated concrete forms, which I believe are about 20 inches thick. So very very highly insulated. And then the back part of the building where the bays are, shows the brick facade, but that's a steel building on a flat roof. The earlier concept had a peaked roof. We were really concerned with how big that building could be in that location. So we brought the scale down by using a flat roof. Next one. That's looking, if you were coming down Rockrimmon Road towards Main Street, it shows the back of the building and then the bays facing Rockrimmon Road. That's the view from Main Street. There'll be another entrance right on Main Street.
So I have a question. In this budget, is this including the solar panels? Does this include the solar?
That as a future possibility. Our committee really didn't take a position on that at this point. We know that the town has been investigating that for some other properties in town. We figured we would let some of those details get worked out and address that down the road.
And one other you're prepared for, or people want to talk about, but where would you add on to this? Where's the addition to go?
That's some. We are looking at this as a 50-year building. That was part of our charge, was to build a building that would last well into the future. Based on current equipment and current staffing levels, we believe that this building will carry us well into the future. The very last back of the building could become a bay in the future if we ever needed it. In our discussions with since our committee started with the retired chief as well as the current chief, in the short term, so the next probably 5 to 20 years, changes are going to be mostly in staffing. We don't really see any changes in equipment in terms of additional equipment, maybe replacing equipment as we cycle through that, the capital improvement plan for the equipment. And then if growth comes, we probably would need to supplement something with Hunt Road Station. I don't know.
Is this station designed to suit our needs or exceed our needs at this time?
To do what?
Is it designed to suit at this time? I guess I'm saying, does this serve a larger population than today, or is this serving bare what we need minimum for today?
Well, I wouldn't say bare minimum. I would say that it meets our needs and it gives room for growth in terms of personnel, but not for equipment, because all of the discussions that our committee has had with the fire department folks, those on the committee as well as others, is that we don't really expect to be adding equipment anytime soon. This allows us to properly store the equipment. And,
I guess speak to that as well as Mark. So the building could be added on to, whether it's further out front or a second story, being insulated concrete forms. You could absolutely take the roof off, put a deck on, and go up another story. The staffing, which Mark spoke to, that they originally started with Bill Seaman and moved on to me once he retired. It will allow for additional staffing in the future. We don't really see the studies that we've done of Kingston doesn't really adjust the population growth exponentially over the next 10, 15, 20 years, but commercially or whatever. So it would allow us to get different equipment if we needed a ladder truck or a bigger truck or a rescue or whatever we needed. We could absolutely add more equipment into this building. So yes, it can be added on to, and it will definitely exceed our needs for the next 30, 40, 50 years.
Thank you.
so this is an overall view of the budget. On the right-hand side is the actual total project budget we received from SFP. You can see that there's a section there for the soft costs, so that's things like I mentioned earlier, architectural and engineering fees. There's a lot of zeros on there. There's things that we didn't include. And then in the construction budget, about halfway down, that's where the bulk of it is. There are a couple of costs that we'd like to point out that are things that are a little bit out of the ordinary. One is that we currently have electric utilities that run on the south side of the current station, which the way they run would be where the building would be built. So those poles and utility lines need to be relocated. You know, we have an estimate from Consolidated Communication and Unitil that's going to be not inexpensive. The second thing that is a more of an unforeseen cost is this building will need to be sprinklered. We'll need to have fire protection. Since Kingston does not have a community water system, we will need to provide one. So we explored two options. One would be to tie into the current system, which covers this building and the Nichols building, which is a tank and a pump located at the old Sanborn Seminary campus. Because of the uncertainty of the ownership of that building in the future, we also considered whether we should build our own tank and pump system at the new station. We brought that to the Board of Selectmen about a month ago for discussion, because we were getting to the point where we needed to start finalizing the budget. And in discussing it with them, we felt as though it was best for the community to put something in at the new fire station that could ultimately serve this building and the Nichols building in the future, with something that's going to be more reliable and maintained and have backup power, which the current system does not have. So that's another large expense, $318,000 currently estimated at, but it will be designed to serve not just the fire station, but also other town buildings. Go to the next. Keep going. Okay. So since our committee started in May of 2018, we've had a couple of subcommittees. One of them has been a finance subcommittee, and we've researched alternatives, which are listed up there. We've also went through a solicitation process to retain bond counsel. So we do have bond counsel on board, which is a requirement in order for the town to sell bonds. We've drafted the warrant article, and that's been reviewed by both the bond counsel and DRA numerous times. We're getting to in terms of the total overall finance, the amount there is listed as for the total construction estimate. We do have $230,000 left in the capital reserve fund, which was established in 2004. And so the total amount to be bonded, if this article stands on its own, is slightly under $5.6 million. New Hampshire Bond Bank is who we're recommending that we use for selling the bond. Their interest rates are very low right now. 2.5% is what they're estimating for the bonds that are being sold this month. And that's what they recommend that we use for the estimate. We're recommending a 20-year bond. So based on that, the tax impact would be 49 cents, not 0.49, 49 cents per thousand. And that's for average house, which we calculated is assessed at $260,000 in Kingston. That would be $127 for the first year of the bond. There are no bond payments would be due in 2020. And after the first year, as the principal starts to get paid down, the bond payments will be reduced. That's just the one. That's where we are.
So is your suggestion we cut out Munchkins? So does anyone else on the board have specific questions that we have regarding, I want to specifically keep this to Article 5 right now, so we can kind of get a vote on one article. And anyone have a specific question on Article 5?
We would vote on all of this afternoon when we get done all of the articles, right?
I actually can't hear you, Rick. Can you?
Yeah, we would be voting on the article this afternoon after we turn off.
It really didn't do anything for you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we'd be voting on all these articles this afternoon.
Yeah.
Is that the idea? Okay.
Absolutely. All of these articles are to be voted on today. We decided to take Article 5 out of order because we consider it one of the more significant ones. So does anyone have a specific wrong or the fire committee? I'm gonna, so we have a motion to vote. I'm gonna second that motion. This is a motion whether we approve of Article 5.
Well, normally we don't, Mary, normally we would, procedurally, we have always heard all the articles, and then we would vote on each one.
We don't, is that?
That's what we would.
What are you asking?
Are we, is procedurally, are we voting on these articles specifically right now?
Yes.
As we, because I don't believe there's
We
any.
have not done that in the.
For each article as well.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. So I guess that is the question then. After we take this public comment, whether we, is it out of order to vote on these articles as we?
I think we want to go through them one by one.
And then vote following,
And
going
vote
through
forward. I think we just want to maybe take public input real quick. I mean, limited, but, you know, at least give the people a chance so we all hear what the people in the audience are thinking.
Yeah, we could have some expertise out there. I would like to open this up to public input. If you could please line up at the mic if there's multiple of you. Please.
To each article as you discuss them. And the reason I suggest that, and it is a suggestion, you choose to do as you wish, there are people here who have come in support of the particular articles. And so if you take your vote while people are still here, then they're going to feel comfortable that something's not going to change after they leave. If you go through all the articles and then start voting, you might change your mind, you might have a question, and someone may not be here to address those issues. So I would suggest that you vote accordingly. That, again, your choice, I'm just making a recommendation.
I'm inclined to agree with that, and I guess what I'm looking for is guidance on whether
Each individual, and then allow people to speak and then take a vote.
on each individual.
I'd respect. Over each one is going to be until you do it cumulatively at the end of the day, and that's what we've always done in the past, and that would, and if the board wants to change that and vote each one individually, that would, I suppose they could, but we have never done that on this in all the years that I've come into these meetings. But Mr. Chairman.
Just one moment, please. I do agree with your input, and I definitely see where you're coming from as far as, you know, the impact, and maybe if we vote on them individually before considering, but I would hope that this board has previously informed themselves on the articles that we have, coming forth today, I would hope that we all have a general idea of what the impact and potential impact of all the articles that are being put forth are. And I guess it's going to be, I don't believe I can make that choice on my own, whether we will vote on them individually. It's going to be a matter of whether someone makes the motion and to do so, and whether it's accepted, and that's, I can't make that decision solely that, hey, we're all going to wait. So I guess we'll have to see how we feel about voting them individually, and if people feel that they want to vote them individually and make the motion to vote them individually, then that's what we will do. If not, then we will proceed on and take it that way. But your input is definitely noted amongst the board. Please.
Yes, I respect suggest
And I believe the best time to make a decision is generally, unless it's an emotional decision, is generally when you have all the information right in front.
I make a motion that we vote.
I be for the specific article. I don't know if we can make a motion to accept a modus operandi there. I think the motion. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, I believe if you wanted to do so,
then we'd have to make this.
As far as I would understand.
Then I make a motion that we, in fact, vote on Article 5.
Okay. Second. So we are going to take a vote on yeah, it was Sean, seconded. We're going to take a vote on whether we accept Article 5.
Public comment.
But I believe we did open it up to public comment. And is that the only? No one approached. Do we still have public comment? I believe I made it very clear that people should approach, and I did not see anyone approach.
I thought you were talking about board comment.
So again, I guess I will make it very clear if someone would like to approach to allow comment. We do have, that is the purpose, as was stated, and please, if you have public comment, do need to vote on these.
I guess I'll open it up. So, Grant Brown, Fire Chief, President. Bill Seaman, my predecessor, and the building committee did a lot of work on this. And I came into the show in September. They did do their due diligence with cutting costs, with adding things, with thinking of the future of the town and the town residents and tax impacts and all that good stuff. So I just ask that you support it.
Does that satisfy your need? Is there anyone still willing, even members of the board, if you want to make, as a tax-paying citizen, a comment? Does that seem to satisfy your?
It's your meeting. I just want to offer the public a chance to speak each individual warrant article before we take the vote.
Absolutely. Yeah. I just wanted to make sure that I'm satisfying it, because again, I am a new chairman, so I want to make sure that I'm doing things
perfect
in a way that are. So we will. We did have a motion that was accepted, and I wanted to make sure we allow the time. We are now going to take a vote on whether we approve Article 5 as a budget committee. So all in favor of Article 5 to appropriate $5,595,602 of bonds or notes. Yeah, sorry, I'm going to go ahead and read it. I don't feel comfortable if we go ahead and vote on it without it being expressly read. to see whether the town shall vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $5,825,628 for the purpose of building a new fire station on town-owned land at 148 Main Street behind the current fire station, and to authorize the issuance of not more than $5,595,602 of bonds or notes in accordance with the provisions of the Municipal Finance Act, RSA 33, and to authorize the Board of Selectmen to issue and negotiate such bonds or notes and to determine the rate of the interest thereon. Further, to authorize the withdrawal of $230,026, the remaining balance, from the Capital Reserve Fund established for the future replacement, refurbishment, or upgrade of fire department buildings in 2004. This project shall include architectural and engineering design work, building construction, site work, permit fees, and interior equipage. This will be a non-lapsing warrant article pursuant to RSA 32:7, and the appropriation will not lapse unless rescinded until the completion of the project. This project is in the capital improvements program as approved by the planning board. Passage of this article requires 3/5 of ballot votes. There is no tax impact for 2020. First bond payment will occur in 2021. Estimated tax impact for 2021 is 49 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation, which is 127 per average house assessed for 260,000. If Articles 7, 8, and 9 all pass, the amount to be bonded will be reduced to $3 million. For this amount bonded, the estimated tax impact for 2021 is 26 cents per $1,000 of assessed valuation, which is now 68 for 260,000. Wanted to read that just so we knew very clearly what we are voting on here. All in favor of Article 5, please. Aye. Aye. All who are opposed. Anyone abstain? You are opposed?
Yes.
Okay.
You too? No.
You were in favor, correct, Gary? Yeah, okay. So we have all in favor except yourself, who does not recommend, and
Doesn't matter.
your opinion on this matters.
And the selectmen vote unanimous, 4 in favor.
We are all in favor, aside from Mary. Well, 2, 4, 7, 6, 7 in favor. 7-1. The ayes have it from the budget committee as far as a recommendation goes. Okay. So, Kevin, would you suggest now would be an appropriate time to move on to 7, 8, and 9?
Probably would be, yeah.
I'd like to make a motion to consider Article 7 to revoke the trust. We have a second from Sean. All in favor of considering Article 7 at this time? Anyone abstain? Does anyone oppose? And Mr. Russman, are you in favor of considering? Yes. All are in favor, unanimous. We're going to consider Article 7 at this time. And I will read this now. To see if the town will vote to revoke the 2011 Town of Kingston Infrastructure Fund for the purpose of withdrawing $2,595,602.00 from the principal balance of $5,430,435.00 of the Infrastructure Fund to apply towards the construction of a new fire station in accordance with Article 8, to reduce the amount to be raised through the sale of bonds, and re-establishing a fund with a remaining balance of $2,834,833 in accordance with Article 9, which we will also be considering today. This warrant article is contingent on the passage of Article 5. So if Article 5 does not pass, then this article is moot. Article 8 and Article 9. If Article 5, construction bonding of new fire station, Article 8, allocation of proceeds from the revoked fund to reduce amount bonded, and Article 9, establishment of the 2020 infrastructure fund, all so I believe would now be an appropriate time to open this up to public comment?
Speaking to, I'll just go through 7, 8, and 9 really quick. So it was recommended by the Board of Selectmen, it was taken on a vote last Monday to remove the $2.6 million out of the infrastructure fund, like they did for the library a few years ago. They used the interest to build the highway department a few years ago. So I asked that you support this article, but obviously, like we said, 7, 8, 9 must pass, and it'll be on the Fire Department Association of members to inform the public and educate the public as to these articles passing in order to buy the bond down. And the wording is confusing. Yes, I totally agree. DRA forces us or the town to write it in such a way, probably to confuse voters, but it is what it is. Like I said, it'll be on us to, and if anybody has any questions, feel free to ask today or come by the fire station. And it was written this way because that's the way the library wrote it years ago. Thank you.
And just to clarify, this is Graham Pellerin?
Yes.
Pellerin, sorry.
Pellerin,
Are you
Chief.
currently interim, or are you?
I am not interim anymore.
Okay. Fire Chief, Kingston, New Hampshire, Graham Pellerin. Do we have any further public comment?
I have one thing to say.
It's
you know, I think it's important that people realize whether they're for having the fire department. You might not want to vote no on this, even if you're somebody who voted no or would vote no on having the fire department approved. You want to make sure that you're aware that you probably want to vote yes on this, whether or not you were for the fire department being built. It's my guess. It sounds like it would be a significant tax implication if it gets shot down.
It's sort of a hedging your bets scenario, as you were saying. Yeah.
Whether you're for or against it. Motion to vote.
So, does anyone else on the board on this article, Article 7? Kevin?
What I'll just speak about is this infrastructure fund that we have was created back foresight of the selectman that's not here, Mark Heights. It's a luxury that we do have this money, and it was set up as an infrastructure fund. The majority of the Board of Selectmen feel it's appropriate use. The library got built on it, the highway garage, the next logical thing is the fire station. People have proven there's a need for the fire station. So this does not deplete the fund. There's still money in the fund. If anyone has any questions, if there's any issues at the dump, there's a separate dump fund for maintenance of the dump fund. So this money was set up by the taxpayers way back when from their tax dollars. So this, offsets the cost of the bond. As you see, instead of bonding 5.6 million, we're going to only be bonding 3 million using this money. We're not depleting the fund for any future use or anything else. It'll still be sitting there earning interest and everything else. So the majority of the Board of Selectmen feel this is a prudent use of that fund.
Does this fund still receive funding, or has it been?
No, it's a trust fund that just receives interest.
And it's always been referred to as the town infrastructure fund.
It was set up in 2004 as the infrastructure fund.
That it's, okay. Motion to make a recommendation on Article 7, revoke trust. I need a second.
Motion, second motion. Are you making the motion?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, second.
So we will now vote on Article 7, revoke trust. All in favor of recommending Article 7?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? It looks like we are unanimous. Gary, I'm sorry, miss, you are in favor? We are unanimous in favor of Article 7.
Selectmen, a 3-1.
Is it fair to ask which one does all agree?
Yeah, very fair. I would, yeah, who is, okay.
You know, I would say that on these, there is going to have to be a lot of education going, because these are not uncomplicated. I mean, for just somebody walking into that voting booth for the first time, just looking at these, it is going to be confusing. I think you really have to kind of think about this a little bit to get it right. I mean, that's so, just saying that for the folks that are going to be hopefully, you know, making this happen, it's not our responsibility. I'm just saying that it's not uncomplicated.
It's definitely going to be a very difficult task by the fire department, but I think they're up for it. And
Sure. Yep.
I think as a board, we can decide, you know, whether we think these are the best methods.
Right, well, I think our votes help, so that's...
Yeah, that's true. So we'll make a motion to consider Article 8, fire station bond reduction.
Excuse me, before you go there, I asked a question. Was it fair to ask which selectman was opposed? And I'd like to know why.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I believe you have that right to know. Mr. Coombs, would you please?
Well, before you get started, in defense of that, I don't think people have to actually justify why they voted a certain fashion. I mean, I just, as a point of order.
Well,
I mean,
you know, it affects all of our dollars, okay? And I think it's only fair if a selectman has a problem with a warrant article coming forward, that we know why. There must be some justification. And if that person is ashamed of...
Suggest shame.
Whatever. They have every right to say, I don't...
Shameless. So the infrastructure fund, as it currently sits, gained 18% interest this year. The bond is 2.5% interest. The math doesn't lie. We're cutting that fund in half, where it's garnering almost 10 times as much interest as we'd be paying out of the bond. That doesn't make fiscal sense to me. What was discussed early on was that we would take the interest from the infrastructure fund and apply it to a bond payment. Even at 9%, if we figured it's getting half of what we had right now, the math still doesn't lie. And at the end of the 20 years, we would still have $5.4 million plus in that fund for anything we would need. I am fully in favor of the fire station being built. I am absolutely in favor of Article 5, but I just don't feel that the math supports Article 7, 8, and 9 for myself personally. So that's where I'm at.
That's good justification, thank you.
I feel like if he votes against it, I'd get a chance to vote why I voted for.
Please.
Even though it doesn't make good business sense to pull from this fund that's making 18%, there are a lot of people in town that are living week to week, month to month for their tax dollar. To have that effect of taxes go up on a tax bill would be a major burden to these people, and reducing that amount when this is an infrastructure fund was the point in me voting yes.
Kevin, could you please?
For the exact same reason, this is equivalent to going to grandma's house and she got that couch with plastic furniture on it that, you know, you can look at it, but you can't sit on it. That money is in the infrastructure fund that was raised through taxation. People already paid their taxes, and that is sitting there, greatest earning interest, and that fluctuated anywhere from 5% to 18%. We had a good year, but that was still raised tax money. Why would you sit there and tax people even more going in the future for a fund that's sitting there that we could look at when it's designed for infrastructure, and that's what we're using it for, infrastructure?
I'm also inclined to agree with the idea that if we do not get our fire station handled soon, there's a cost of waiting to invoke these articles, and then there's also, you know, the increased cost to the taxpayers, and I think that financial sense, it makes sense to try to take these bites out when we can, and that's where I stand as chairman of the board on
Mr.
that.
Chair, I would just ask that, I mean, these arguments
Digesting what we're saying here today. So sometimes the discussion doesn't come at the most appropriate moment, but I don't think it's ever wrong to forego discussion simply because the board already made their recommendation, because I think it's still important for the voting public. But yeah, maybe we'll try and get those arguments out before we make a recommendation in the future. I see what you're saying.
Did somebody second?
Sean seconded my motion regarding Article 8 to consider that for recommendation. Can we all get a vote? All those in favor of considering Article 8, fire station bond reduction? Aye. That is unanimous in favor of considering Article 8, fire station bond reduction. I will read it now. To see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,595,602 for the purpose of constructing a new fire station in accordance with Article 5. Such sum to come from the remaining balance of the infrastructure fund, which was revoked in Article 7 to reduce the amount to be raised through the sale of bonds to $3 million. This warrant article is contingent on the passage of Article 5, 7, and Article 9. If any of Article 5, Article 7, and Article 9 do not pass, construction and bonding of new fire station, revocation of the current infrastructure fund, or establishment of the 2020 Town of Kingston Infrastructure Fund, this warrant article becomes moot and has no effect. In order for the town to take advantage of the current infrastructure fund, Articles 7, 8, and 9 all must pass. This article shall have no tax impact. I would like to open it up to public discussion if anyone would like to approach and discuss this article from the members of the public. We have Mr. Furlong would like to approach.
Mark Furlong, Kingston resident for 35 years, and also a member of the building committee, as you know. And as I mentioned in our presentation on Article 5, our finance subcommittee of the building committee explored alternatives for financing, and including using some of the infrastructure fund. And we brought that to the selectmen. We didn't make a recommendation. We brought it to them. These are the alternatives. Let's work together and figure out what's going to be best. And at the bond hearing on Monday night, the Board of Selectmen took the action, which is basically what this article is doing, to reduce the bond amount to the $3 million. I'd like to thank them for that. I think this is the time to do this project. As Axel just said, if we wait, it's only going to get more expensive. And as Mr. Wilson and Mr. St. James indicated, there are definitely people in our community of limited means, and making this more affordable to them, I think is very important. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furlong. Anyone else willing or waiting to make public comment on Article 8? Board, I would like to discuss. Does anyone have anything to say regarding Article 8? So Sean has made a motion to vote to recommend Article 8.
I'll second.
Yes, correct. All those in favor of Article 8, in favor of recommending Article 8?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, the ayes have it. Article 8 will be recommended by the Budget Committee.
Can I ask the selectmen how you in favor? All those in favor of Article 8, please raise your hand. Opposed? Mr. 3-4.
I appreciate the consistency, Mr. Coombs.
Thank you.
Okay, I will make a motion to now consider Article 9, create 2020 Town of Kingston Infrastructure Fund. Seconded by Gary. All those in favor of considering Article 9? Okay, unanimous. We will now consider Article 9, create 2020 Town of Kingston Infrastructure Fund. To see if the town will vote to create a general trust fund under the provisions of RSA 31:19-A2, to be known as the 2020 Town of Kingston Infrastructure Fund, for the purpose of building, expanding, improving, and maintaining town-owned structures and improvements, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $2,834,833. Such sum to come from the remaining balance of the infrastructure fund, which was revoked in Article 7, and no amount to be raised by taxation. The sum of $2,834,833 shall remain in trust and will not be invaded. Only monies earned through investment, including but not limited to interest and dividends, and the interest and divided money earned as the Town of Kingston Infrastructure Development, Improvement, and Maintenance Fund as of December 31st, 2019, including any interest accumulated through March 2nd, 2020, will be available to support the purpose of the trust fund. The selectmen are appointed agents to expend earnings of the trust fund for the purpose of the trust after a posted public hearing. The intent of this article is to create a revocable trust, generating annual earnings for the benefit of the town in perpetuity. This warrant article is contingent on the passage of Article 5, Article 7, and Article 8. If any of Article 5, Article 7, and Article 8 do not pass, construction and bonding of new fire station, revocation of the current infrastructure fund, or allocation of proceeds from the revoked fund to reduce amount bonded, this warrant article becomes moot and has no effect. Okay, so a lot to digest in that article. Kevin, would you be willing to just further expound on the selectmen's what the responsibilities are, if this article were to pass, what the responsibilities of the selectmen will now become in regards to this article?
So let's just take a step back. There's the infrastructure fund. Article 7 cancels that out.
Correct.
Article 8 allows us to spend $2.6 million of it. Article 9 reestablishes that fund with $2.8 million. Then that money can't be touched again unless we do these 3 articles again somewhere down the road. What it allows the selectmen to do is to use money, the interest earned for any other maintenance on buildings or anything like that.
And now is that for the 2011 current infrastructure fund that exists, is that such a...
It's the same way. It's the exact same setup, yes. All the wording is the exact same one that was used from when we built the library. That's right now, currently, that's the only thing the selectmen could do is spend the interest earned on it.
Another question.
Yeah, please.
I didn't quite get what you said in the beginning. I'm trying to do minutes.
Oh, I was just explaining what Articles 7, 8, and 9 does. 7 closes the infrastructure fund.
It's really just a restatement of the current articles discussed. I don't believe it would be minimally.
Oh, I don't have to talk about it?
It's just a restatement of the articles as they stand. I appreciate it.
Is that all you had for a question?
That's all I had.
Okay.
Do we have public comment regarding Article 9? If you could.
Kingston. I just have a question for the selectmen that might be able to answer this. This new fund that would be created, does it fall under the same standards of the current fund where any interest at the end of the current year reverts into the principal, and that principal is the new principal balance that can't be touched?
Exactly the same way. Interest can be spent, but not principal.
I
Current fund, if I remember from the bond hearing the other night, the current fund, any principal balance that's in the account, any interest at the end of the year, that interest now turns into principal for the fund for the following year and can't be touched without a vote of the town. That's what they said the other night.
You got an answer there?
So Cindy's here, but is my understanding, and she'll verify in a second, that 2.8 will always be principal. Any interest money earned goes towards that, so it raises it. But if down the road 10 years from now, if we never touch the interest, the principal amount, even though it'll be higher in that fund, the principal amount is that 2.8. There's always the ability to spend all the way down to that 2.8.
Yeah, like you said.
You're saying it's different than what you said the other night about the current fund.
I think it was Brad Maxwell, the head trustee, who stated that it was the principal. He's the one who had the $5.4 million. I don't think anything.
So what I'm asking is this fund being created in the same manner as the previous one, where the interest from this year, I'm just using this year as the example. So let's say we had $230,000 in interest. That gets added to the principal. Now your new principal balance is what can't be touched. That's what he was saying the other night. That's what I'm asking if that's the way it's being done currently.
No, that's not correct. No.
The original fund was set up with $4 million.
I understand that.
Okay, so that's considered the principal amount. Even though it's 5.4 in there, theoretically, we could, the selectmen would have the ability.
That's correct what he was saying the other night, and that's why I'm asking, because he said it multiple times to multiple different people, that the principal balance does not fall under normal accounting practice because of state rules. It now becomes principal, and it can't be touched without a vote of the town.
Because these guys being selected have been using the interest.
Well, if there is a difference in opinion between who is in charge of the trust and the selection, clarification needs to be made to the town officially so everybody knows what's going on with this trust, is what I'm saying.
And what I'll say is, the way it's set up, the selectmen are always allowed to spend up until that 2.8 million that's set up. So right, even though the selectmen are allowed to spend the 1.4 going down to the 4.
It stated it that night.
No, we didn't.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you were there.
Have some order here. Are you finished with your public comment?
It's the same topic.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay,
Mary
Mary
Sear.
Sear. I'd like to recognize Mary Sear for public comment.
And at the public hearing on Monday, I'm the one that asked the question. I got up, I was the first public comment, and I asked specifically, because there were 4 funding options proposed by the Finance Subcommittee. And I said, of the amount in the infrastructure fund that is considered interest income, the interest and dividends, how much was there as of your last reporting period? And I think they told me it was like $290,000 or something along those lines. And there was a discussion that ensued. And one of the selectmen, Mr. Heights, said, well, do you want to know what the total fund balance is? I said, sure, go ahead, explain that. So he did explain there was the 5.6, if I'm not mistaken. And of that, only 290 existed as dividends and interest or income
This year.
revenue this year. And the trustee of the trust fund, whose name escapes me, made a specific comment stating that the way and year here, but he said that that money. So whether it was accurate or not, that was conveyed at the public hearing.
Can I also ask, while we, whether it truly becomes a new, whether it remains as interest, I would like to know what the public's concern is regarding whichever way it is. Ms. Alessio, correct?
Thank you. I also was there Monday night for the hearing on the fire station. I believe that the confusion lies in the fact that Mr. Maxwell, the trustee of the trust fund, did say that unexpended monies goes added onto the principal, but before that happens, the selectmen have the opportunity to use the interest on that principal to reduce the amount to be raised by taxation. They have been doing that since the money. The interest in that money was used almost annually to reduce the amount to be raised by taxes, other than when we withdrew money for the highway department and for the library. So even $2.5 million are taken out of the fund to reduce the amount to be raised by bond. In subsequent years, the selectmen have the authority to use whatever interest is available on the principal to use to reduce the bond or to maintain the tax rate at a stable rate. However, if they don't expend the interest on those funds, it does get added to the principal. They have a one-year window to expend the extra interest that is earned on the fund. If they don't use it to reduce taxation, that interest then gets added to the principal. And that increases every year. So they were both by the point. If not, then we'll have to talk to an attorney, I think.
Thank you, Ms. Alessio. I appreciate your comment. Does that satisfy your initial question?
No, because it still doesn't answer the question officially from the selectmen, whether or not it's falling under the same standards and whether or not how the principal balances and the interest is used.
I would like to give them an opportunity to address that.
Say the question again.
As the current 2011 fund, and how does it work with the interest if the interest isn't used by the selectmen at the end of the year? Is that added to the principal and then not be able to be used again, or how does that fall?
There's nothing in the way the article is written. There's nothing that says the interest becomes part of the principal. The principal will always be $2.8,034,833.
I understand that. That's what I'm asking, is what happens to that interest every year of that fund?
It goes into the fund. It goes into the fund. But it doesn't get added to the original principal. It goes into the fund and it is accessible.
So
but the principal balance will always be $2,830,000. Everything gets added in there.
Eligible to be done under the state rules. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Well, this is establishing how, so as the infrastructure is set up currently, we need a town meeting vote in order to expend the $2.6 million or something above the 3.8. It's an accounting practice. It's compound interest. The interest that isn't used goes towards the principal in the accounting principle. But per regulation for the town, anything above the $2.834 million
So you're using standard accounting principles and not the method the state's currently using under the current infrastructure?
No, this is how the funds are expended. This is laying out what authority the town, the selectmen have, up to a certain amount, the selectmen can utilize the interest. For the
At any point in the future, not necessarily within the same year the interest was earned.
Correct. Is that correct? Thank you.
That's different than what the current fund is then.
That was what my question was. No, it isn't.
He's stated that the current fund, the interest becomes principal after a certain period of time, and
It's a recording.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
It's a recording function.
Recording.
Recording
That's
function.
how-
So as it stands right now, it is not to expend funds down to the original.
At the end of the year, if we don't expend any of the interest, they're gonna consider that principal at the end of the year. That just gets rolled in there. But for the sake of expending the funds, the selectmen have the authority, as it currently sits, up to $3.8 million or $4 million, whatever the original amount is. Under the new one, it would be $2.8 million. We would have the authority, anything above that, to expend.
In perpetuity of the funds, whoever the
It's
future
just setting up
selectmen
rules and
are.
regulations. It's not just a slush fund. Interest on top of that amount, because the town has the authority, has given the selectmen that authority. Right. Under this setup.
Thank you. Mr. Furlong, I would like to
Mark
recognize.
Furlong again. Article 9 recreates the fund exactly the same as it was originally created in 2007, and exactly the same as it was recreated in 2011 after we invaded the trust to build the library. There's no difference.
It affords the same authorities to the selectmen. Okay. Do we have any further?
Grant Pellerin, Fire Chief. So just to, I guess, simplify everything for the people listening and everybody in the room, 789 reduces the bond amount that we would take from 5.8 to $3 million. Again, it was stated by the selectmen and other members that it is in foresight to assist the taxpayers with lessening the bond amount down to $3 million and lessening the amount per thousand that you're taxed on just for the fire station alone. So I ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. So I would like to make a motion to recommend Article 9.
Second.
Those in favor on the Budget Committee of Article 9 and recommending. Motion passes. The
Selectmen, 3-1.
That's 7-0.
Okay. If you would like to make a motion to return to order on the articles. So I just want to clarify, you wanted to discuss Article 1 at some point?
No, those are all.
Because I believe the board only needs to discuss money-related articles.
We would go to I would say Article 6. Go back to the operating budget.
Cindy, given the 3,500 that we've added, is
It's now 6,152,870.
870. Okay. All those in favor of discussing Article 6, operating budget? You in favor?
No, because I don't think we should be discussing the operating budget until we get through with all the other warrant articles. I think we ought to move Article 6 to the end of the line.
Okay. Fortunately, we have passed, but here it will be noted as being against the. You could also make a motion if you want to discuss something.
Yeah, I just did. I make a motion that Article 6 be passed over until we get to the end of the budget items.
Is that a reasonable? I'm sorry, I don't know.
Sure, yeah.
Very reasonable. Would anyone like to second that motion? I believe that's a reasonable request. All those in favor? Aye. That's a very good point. Thank you, Randy. Page 7. A motion to discuss Article 10, which is regarding a discount. Motion is made to discuss Article 10. So if you just please write that Ray made a motion to discuss other money articles. Sean seconded for unanimous. I will now read Article 10. Sorry, actually, we're going to need to take a vote. All those in favor of voting, discussing Article 10 at this time? Aye. All are in favor of discussing Article 10 at this time. Discount. To see if the town will vote to authorize the tax collector to allow a 1.5% deduction from property tax when payment is made prior to the due date. It is the responsibility of the taxpayer to take the deduction. Deductions not taken by the taxpayer on or before the due date will not be refunded. A majority vote is required for this article to pass.
Move the adoption.
I'm sorry.
I'll move the adoption of that.
Yeah, to recommend it. To recommend. I would first like to allow any time for public discussion. Does anyone have public comment regarding Article 10?
The only thing is to speak to it real quick. The taxpayers have always supported this. The only thing is we caution people, the wording on it, they have up until the due date, because we get requests all the time after, because mortgage companies never take the deduction and always pay the higher amount. So if people catch that, that's okay up until the due date. After that, we can't allow it because it becomes an accounting nightmare, because then we're cutting checks to everyone. So the selectmen have looked at this several times, and we're okay up until the due date. After that, we don't honor anyone asking a request for a refund.
Just one question: why do we have to vote on this every year? Why isn't this just done? We vote on it, and if somebody wants to change it, we'll put it back on the ballot some year from now when somebody decides they want to make a problem.
It's tax.
Maybe because it can't enter a budget, like other articles that we've had before, where people have voted in favor of something and eventually it enters that budget.
We will look into that.
I mean, if it's something
right.
everybody says
year.
yes every year, and it's just a thing we talk about every year, and everybody's for it.
I just found out the DI. Voters have a chance to say.
Forward forever until you.
Each time we have to, it has to be a separate warrant article under DRA standards.
Okay, thank you, that's the answer.
Nope.
Motion, so.
I'd rather not have as many warrant articles either myself. I agree.
Second, Rick?
So Rick made a motion to recommend.
Yes.
Sean has seconded that motion. I would now like to take a vote. All in favor of adopting and recommending Article 10?
Aye.
Aye. That is a unanimous vote in favor of Article 10.
Selectmen? 4-0.
Okay, I will, I will make
Second. Sorry.
thank you for the second, Sean. We will now vote to discuss appropriation to CRF. All in favor?
Aye.
This is unanimous. We are now going to discuss Article 11, appropriation to Capital Reserve Fund. To see if the Capital Reserve Fund. Majority vote is required. It looks like we have public comment from Rich St. Hilaire.
Yeah, Rich St. So
Thank you, Mr. St. Hilaire. Is there any further public comment regarding appropriation to the Capital Reserve Fund?
Move the adoption.
Okay. Rick has made a movement, seconded by Sean. All those who are in favor of recommending $50,000 appropriation to the Capital Reserve Fund.
Aye.
I'm in favor. We are unanimous in Article 11.
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Selectmen are as well unanimous. Article 12, I would like to make a motion to address Article 12, appropriation to CRF. Seconded by Kim. All those in favor? Unanimous. I'm assuming right, you're in favor. Appropriation to CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $100,000 to be placed in the previously established Highway Department equipment. A majority vote is required, and we are now open to public discussion. We will again have Rich St. Hilaire.
So again, in the first off, the price for 87 or 88, I think. Everything cost. Also, departments. 70, 80, 80,000. 80,000 last year. Reality is, I've got
Thank you, Mr. St. Hilaire. Do we have any further public comment regarding this appropriation of the Capital Reserve Fund?
How much did you say is it?
10,000, you said roughly.
Very small. I can't even put it down. We need to increase it.
Move the adoption.
Did you second that
Yeah,
motion,
please.
Sean? So Article 2. All those in favor of adopting Article 12?
Aye.
Aye. All are in favor of adopting Article 12, passed unanimously.
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Make a motion. Second by Rick. All those in favor of discussing Article 13, use of Capital Reserve Fund? Mr. Donald, are you in favor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
We are.
You had to wake me up.
Appreciate it. We are in favor of discussing. Unanimous. To Article 13. Memorial Building and authorize the withdrawal of $137,800 from the Building Maintenance Capital Reserve Fund created for the purpose. Majority vote is required. I would like to open this up to public comment.
So, the selectmen on some of these town buildings, and we're just looking for the vote. We want to, spend the money to preserve the one of the three buildings in the town of Kingston on the what's the name of the
National Historic Registry?
Historic Registry. I'm sorry. I support. It's necessary. We
Thank you, Mr. St. Hilaire. I would like to allow Mary Sear to make public comment.
Hi, Mary Sear again. I'd like to know if the Old Nichols Memorial Library, as a registered historic building, is in the same district that could be affected should voters pass RSA 79E, I believe it is, which could make it an attractive property maybe for development by others, or if it is the town's intention or the selectmen's intention to keep that building as a museum.
I believe it's important.
By its existence. I'm wondering if it is in the same historic district or would be considered,
Yes.
not that anyone's talked about it, but would maybe make it more lucrative or valuable to a potential developer who might want to come in and put something in there near the center of the downtown. Whether it's the intent of the townspeople to support such a move, that's futuristic and nobody can determine that. But
it seems Mr. Coombs has.
So yes, it's in the historic district, so as proposed, the 79E would apply to that. There is zero talk, interest, discussion of us selling the Nichols Library. And just one thing, so I pushed for this to go on the ballot because I felt when the slate roof was done for $82,000 a few years ago, that did go on the ballot and required voter approval. And even though the money was already there, I think it's important for people to know what we're spending to maintain historical buildings and just buildings in general, especially when we have these big ticket items. One, so people know where their taxes are going, and two, they know the cost of maintaining, you know, items like that.
So I will just, Ms. Alessio, do you have something to add?
Town spending money to fix the roof on the Nichols Memorial Building. 79E has a whole, there are specific items that need to be addressed in order for that to, number one, be implemented and to, or pass. So, and I'm happy to address that when we get to 79E, but that has no bearing on whether the town fixes the roof or not. It does not. Now, whether someone down the road wants to develop it, then that, 79E might come into play, because if it passes in the historic district, but it has no bearing on the current.
So recommend on this, so you'll have to afford, maybe my age doesn't make me so nostalgic, but I am inclined to not want to spend more money on historic buildings. Just, they seem to be something that requires constant maintenance. Is there a cost associated as far as down the line that we have to maintain these buildings to a certain degree? And if we do not, it will become more expensive to do so in the future if we do not adopt this article?
I'll take a stab at this, okay? First, to answer Mary Sears' question, yes, it's in the same historic district, but we're comparing apples and oranges. We'll talk about 79E later, because this has nothing to do with this. The Budget Committee asked in the past, you know, is there a cost to maintain these buildings, and do people know the exact question you have? Right? It is a town-owned building. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. No one is even thinking of selling or anything else like that, but we do have to maintain it. It's not going to crumble tomorrow, but if we ignore to kind of on the selectmen's end, just to let the people know, hey, these old buildings do cost money. This goes back to the Grace Daly House or anything else when people have concerns about old building, and, you know, I mean, we just want the people to understand that they have a cost. Our intent is for the people to support it. It's a great building, we want it, we want to keep it going, but that's what it is. It's not no more, no less. Just keep making people aware that yes, these buildings we own do cost money.
And is there a positive financial implication of us having this building and maintaining it to a certain degree?
I think the townspeople said in the past they want this building. That was how the library. We did to send it out twice to bid to get a price on it. And it was very hard. There's not a lot of people that do this type of work.
I'm in support of this article. I think that, and I don't like spending money. At the same time, we have to do that I mean, why do we have a 350 anniversary committee? We're going to vote on that. Why do we just have a big celebration? Why do we have Kingston days every day? I mean, I've lived here, you know, more than 50 years, and sure, nobody likes spending money on anything if they don't have to. At the same time, we have to, and eventually our new library will need repairs. The new fire station eventually will, if we get it, will need repairs, and we're going to do that. And it's just part of Kingston being Kingston, and it happens to be right in the center of town here. So I think that it's something it does need to be done, and hopefully after we get these repairs done, it'll level off a bit and be more cost effective and so on. So I think there is if we're not going to do that, then we should be supporting like the 350th anniversary and those other things, because what you're celebrating is Kingston being Kingston and our heritage and so on and so forth. So, enough said.
Thank you. I would like to recognize Mr. St.
So you know, it's one of those. Falling out around those stones when we actually went around and sounded it with the engineer. This is not tapping each joint between the stones. If it sounds hollow, it is hollow. It needs to be dug out, chipped out, and then the mortar replaced. It's not. There's money. Within 10 years, we're going to be putting another roof on this building. It's just, everything's got a lifespan. And it's been at least 50 years since the facade. It's time.
And as you mentioned, there's no additional taxation occurring to this year to fund that.
No, this is coming out of an existing. It says raise and appropriate whatever it is, $137,000. You're not taking any new money out of the taxpayers. They've already put it in the bank. The money exists in a fund to pay for this.
I got a question.
Please.
The appropriation of $137,000 to live at home and $50,000 going into the fund?
I believe this money already exists, as they previously stated that this money already exists in the fund as it stands right now.
Question over there.
My name's Ernie Landry. There was a question raised about is there a financial benefit to doing this? And I think there are a couple of ways of looking at that. One way of the financial benefit is that building helps to keep the historic character of Kingston, and it's really a central element in Kingston's historic character. I think a lot of people who move into this town move into Kingston just because of the nature of the town and what it represents. And I think it's hard to identify a specific financial aspect to it, but there is an intangible, I think, aspect that really helps to bring people into the town, and it really just establishes our identity as a town and our history. So I think it's really important to maintain that. I think, as Rich said, it's been probably 50 years since any work has been done on that. Work has been done on a lot of other town buildings during that time, but not on that. And I think we're just really, at this point, trying to catch up to make sure that that building is a sound structure in town.
Thank you.
I'll move the adoption.
Yeah, okay. So Rick is going to move to recommend Article 13. We have a second from Sean. Okay. All those in favor of recommending Article 13, the use of CRF? Aye. We are unanimous. The Budget Committee is unanimous in favor.
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Selectmen are unanimous in favor. I would like to make a motion to consider Article 14, appropriation.
Point of order, I think now that we're going the way we're going, I don't think we need to vote each one of these to actually consider them. I think you just go through and consider them. I don't think you actually have to take a vote to consider them.
I the way I understood it, if we're gonna follow a certain trend and go out of order, I'm not sure. If anyone can guide me, I just want to make sure I'm doing what's appropriate. Do I need to take a vote to consider each of these articles? You know, Ms. Alessio?
You can take up Articles 14 through 28 and vote on them now and vote to do that. And so instead of every article saying, let's take it up, let's vote, you can do it as a group. As long as you all agree to do, as a majority agrees, you can do that. And then all you have to do is take a regular vote afterwards.
So do we just need to informally agree that it's okay for me to begin discussing Article 14?
I think Mr. Russman was putting forward a motion that from this point forward, other than your operating budget, because you wanted to do that at the very end.
Okay.
And even that's fine too. You take up 14 through 28, and then number 5, and vote on each one. Am I correct, Rick?
Well, yeah, except that if there are other people here that are here for specific articles, and you want to take them on, then let us know, and we'll be happy to vote to take those out of order, because there may be some people here that are at the end that don't want to wait until the end.
But that doesn't, taking them out of order doesn't matter. The motion now would be that you vote on them individually as you discuss them. That's really your vote. Discuss and take. If you take one out of order, it won't matter.
Okay.
Because all you're doing is making sure that you're going to vote on them after you discuss each.
I make a motion that we go ahead and vote on Articles 14 through Articles 28.
How about a 5-minute recess, just so?
Am I allowed to process my own recess here?
That's a mask.
Well, you got a motion before you already, so you got to go with that.
So we have a motion before me, Mr. Russman, that you've made. Do you stand by that motion, or would you like to take a brief recess? Or
Yeah, let's take a brief recess, that's fine. And
we're gonna take a 10-minute recess. I believe that's appropriate at this time.
Sir, are back on. Sorry to yell at you.
He said they're on.
Oh, I got it. We are. District as set forth in NHRSA 79-E, colon 2. If adopted, the Board of Selectmen shall have the option of granting temporary property assessment relief to encourage substantial reinvestment in qualifying structures. The goal is to utilize buildings in the town's village center, thereby contributing to a strong local economy and smart, sustainable. Seems like a bit of an opinion at the end. So I would like to open this up to public discussion on 79-E. We have Electra Alessio.
This one is near and dear to seminary property. Article 79E allows the town of Kingston to give tax relief, short-term, up to 5 years, for a developer who wants to come into the historic district and revitalize one of our historic buildings and bring it up to snuff. It doesn't mean we won't get any tax dollars in the 5-year period. It means on the seminary property, which, believe it or not, is assessed at $7 million, and there's no way in heck it's worth that kind of money. If none of you have been inside of it, you should check the school district's website, because the 2 appraisals that we had done on the property is now available, and you can see the deterioration of that building is very, very sad. However, if it passes, the town would have the building, the property assessed. Let's say it's at $500,000. And the town, the developer, if he buys it, would then pay taxes on $500,000 for up to 5 years, depending again on the terms and conditions. Now, not it's very strict, and there are 3 basic questions that have to be answered appropriately. The first one, is it a qualifying structure? Is it located in the designated district? In which case, we're designating Historic District 1 district. Number 2, is for substantial the property. We're looking at between $6 to $8 million to renovate that property. It's a lot of money. We had talked about the town of Kingston buying the property from the school district, and even then, we will look at $2 or $3 for whatever purposes. This way, we've got a reputable developer, Eric Chinberg, who has a track record of doing outstanding work in developing property and inherently making it even more stunning than it was originally. Newmarket Mills is a prime example, and you can certainly search that out on the websites accordingly. So he has a proposal for $200,000 to buy the seminary building. I know some people have been grousing on Facebook that it's not a lot of money, but he's going to be spending a lot of money to revitalize it. In 5 to 10 years' time, the property is going to be the cornerstone of the center of Kingston because it's going to look great. Right now, we've got a building that's falling down in disrepair. It presents a huge liability to both the towns of Kingston and Newton. Someone goes in there to screw around, some of the kids go to play, someone gets hurt. There's not enough insurance in the world that's going to cover those types of problems. But it makes sense, even from the Envision Kingston proposal. I don't know how many of you were able to participate a few years back when we talked about what do we want our town to look like? How are we going to grow the town in a responsible way and preserve all the natural resources that we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars preserving? We have 25% of our town is in current use, in conservation use. We have 6 hiking trails. We have a beautiful lake in the center of town. What if we had, what ifs? What if we had a walking trail even on the main street that went around the plains and around the campus of the seminary building and promoted Kingston as a destination weekend place? Is that a long-range plan? Absolutely. Is it doable? Yes. And one of the things we need to do is take care of the property in the center of town, and that's the seminary property, and 79E will allow us that opportunity to move forward. From the school's perspective, it gets us out, the school board, out from under that obligation. It's an empty piece of property that still has to be managed. In the last 5 years, the school has spent over $1 million in maintaining the property. Mowing, plowing, new roof at the gym, furnace at keeping the main building warm. The furnace already died out and had water problems, and it's really sad what's going to happen there. But if we pass 79E, then we have some options. It doesn't mean that every proposal that would come before the Board of Selectmen for 79E is going to pass. It has to be a public benefit. It has to positively affect the downtown economic activities. That certainly qualifies in the center here of Kingston. This Board of Selectmen could set up a subcommittee through the Heritage Commission or the Historic Commission to filter any proposals that come before it goes to the Board of Selectmen, kind of a preview, if you will. All kinds of opportunities. I really hope that the town will vote to adopt this proposal, this RSA. It does not cost, but it could certainly generate more revenue for us down the road. And I will be asking people publicly to vote in support of 79E. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would just, I would like to maintain, is there any other
Yes.
I noticed Mr. Russman first. I would like to allow him.
I was, this is in they would fit this, whether or not it would be a good economic engine for the town. So, and certainly the seminary building is one, but there are other options coming along for the town to think about. And so it's just a great thing to have that you guys can think about in terms of whether or not it's worthwhile for us to bring some get things back on the tax rolls and get economic development that we need in town here.
Thank you. There's one thing I wanted to add, just based on being in part of this discussion last year. The selectmen seemed very divided on this, with the opposition that there could be a lot of litigation required if this isn't adopted in the right manner. Is that still the stance of the selectmen?
There was an education factor that came last minute last year, and we're in the middle of litigation on something different, 79E bond preservations. This is completely different. I think there'll still be a little diversity in the selectmen. We'll call for the vote after. If anyone wants to speak, they can speak. But I feel myself great economic opportunity on a commercial end. Last year, we were kind of stuck on a residential end. And we see, or at least I see, the benefit of this warrant article, and we'll vote in favor of it.
My main concern, for us as the board, our main concern is to make sure that we're making choices that are gonna be a good financial impact on the town. And I believe we are not gonna be as familiar with 79E perhaps as the selectmen. I believe they have gone over it at length. They litigation side, if there is any, and I would like to hear some more information from them, because I love the our buildings improved and we're not going to have a tax impact. There's going to be an incentive to do so, actually. But I would hate to do that if there's some kind of poison pill involved with it. And if that is not the scenario, as was broached last year, then obviously that changes things. Gary, please, I would like to hear you say.
I just have a couple of questions. The building is owned by the school district, right? So they don't pay any taxes now, right?
No.
So what you're granting is 5 years of less of taxes if they sell the building and somebody owns it who will pay taxes.
Correct.
Right, just so you follow.
And then whatever money they may put into it will raise the assessment of that building. We can rarely tax it that.
This article is separate by itself. You know, the high school is being used as an example.
It could have something to do with it.
It could.
A 1, 2, 3 scenario. This is
right. Another thing is that this article that says the selectmen shall have the option doesn't mean we have to give it to anything. The RSA leaves a row of things that have to be met, as she mentioned, public benefit being the biggest one. So somebody can't decide they want to do something to their house and get this money instantly. It has to be a public benefit for that. The other thing you talk about voting, because this is not an article that is the taxpayers, there's no dollar amount put on this.
That's an interesting point. Yeah.
There's not a money out.
What I would say, to certain people.
Yeah.
I believe Sean had a comment regarding this.
I did have one question, was, for the seminary building, if that gets sold to a developer, whether it's Schimberg or some other developer, somebody wants to retrofit it and do something with it, that's sold to those people. Now the school, they get, what, $1 million a year? The school gets it takes about $1 million a year to take care of that place? No. Is that what it was?
They're not going to get $1 million.
the selectmen felt we were willing to put this in on our own, let the voters decide. Just keep in mind, it's an estimation, doesn't mean that's what it is, it just gives the voters an idea.
Requesting more clarification. A lot of people had said, why is it so easy to understand the school articles and how much it's gonna cost, and why can't we get that with the town? What we found out is we need to pass that in town meeting or through a warrant article so that we can provide that information to the voters. As Mr. St. James said, it's not gonna be perfect every time, it's an estimation, but at least gives people a better idea of what they're voting on. Okay.
I thought this state maybe somebody could comment on this, and said that in the past, that you can't put the tax impact statement. At least that's come up in several meetings.
That's because we haven't voted to put that tax impact on there.
What's that?
That's because we've never voted to put the tax impact on there. We have to do that first before we can put the impact on.
Okay, that never came up, but you haven't do that, because I always was, no, the state says you can't do it.
So are we in trouble because we have that in Article 5 right now?
I don't think there is a tax impact from Article 5 directly, since that money's already been appropriated. It wasn't through taxation.
They're saying
That's
what
why
the
that
bond is
wasn't allowed
gonna
to be
pay,
done.
what the bond is gonna cost, if the bond.
But DRA has approved Article 5 as far as it's worded. I'm just saying because it almost sounds like it might be suggesting in Article 5 something that you just said we need to vote in. And I just, no foreseen issue on that.
So, I don't see any issue, it's spelling it out, it's trying to educate as best we can, I mean, but I think this is for every article. This was, this will be for every, in perpetuity. And I promise we won't put a Dunkin' Munchkin or a cup of coffee on it.
I appreciate it. I often measure things in the amount of munchkins it will cost. So. I believe we have public comment from Mary Sear.
Hi, I'm Mary Sear again. I am one of the citizens anyway that approached the board asking that this warrant article be put forth. I was willing to do a citizen's petition in the event that they said that they wouldn't support it, but they did vote to support it. I want to say unanimously. Might have been 4 to 1. 4 in favor, 1 against. But they did vote to bring it forth on a warrant article sponsored by the selectmen. And the reasons that I requested it is, again, the school district, which is the combination of Newton and Kingston voters, does it on the school district ballot. The town of Newton does it for their municipal warrant articles. We are in Kingston, from the municipal warrant article, do not do it. And it's just inconsistent as far as our community of voters is concerned, and it would lend a little credibility and transparency for folks to have a best guesstimate of what these money items would cost should they vote them in. So I thank the board for agreeing to sponsor this as a selectman's warrant article, and I would request that you guys support it as well, just for transparency and common sense. Thank you.
I think obviously is this something that, the fact that there is a tax impact now stated, that it's appropriate for the budget committee to vote on it?
There's no dollar amount, but yeah, I think it goes back to what we just said in the other one. It doesn't hurt to weigh in on it,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, to save aggravation, I make a motion that we recommend approval of this tax impact statement on the,
So motion made by Ray Donald, seconded by Gary Finnerty to recommend Article 20. All those in favor of recommending Article 20?
Aye.
Aye, we are unanimous. Budget committee is unanimous in favor of
Selectmen?
Article 20.
Unanimous.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Going back to 14. Page 7.
Just go in order. Is 21 going to be something that the budget committee will have to make a recommendation on? I don't believe it's.
Not an elected position. Nor the ordinance, the regulation.
But for,
We've been lucky to have Richard. Article 15, you would?
for point of order, I don't know if you want to go back to the other thing, but the selectmen do need to take a vote on this.
Okay.
So it's your need if you want to go back to the operating budget first.
Please,
But we need
take
to
a
take a
vote
vote
on
on this, even if it isn't.
You have to go back to Article 14 still.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, we have to go back somewhere, so I don't know.
So you have to vote on this before we all get out of here anyways,
So,
please do so.
On Article 21, can I ask for the sake of going by selectmen?
Fails.
That's changing the road agent to elected. That's a unanimous decision.
I hope you lose. Article 22.
What?
I hope you lose. We've been lucky to have Richard.
Rich approves it.
Oh, this was Richard's idea.
There's a purpose in it.
Yeah. Article 22, inspection ordinance, the selectmen.
Yes.
Unanimous 4-0.
If he could live for 1,000 years, he would probably be the appointed for 1,000 years.
And then what else? Article 15. Going back to you. I don't know if you want to go through.
I believe Article 14. Did we vote on Article 14?
Article 14.
Oh, Article 14. Yeah, go back to
I
that.
would like to make a motion to take Article 14 through. Second.
Wait a minute. We already had a motion to accept 14 through 28 for discussion.
Yeah, that we ended up taking that.
Oh, now whether we want to do it or not?
That's what I was getting at.
No, okay.
We ended up taking that. So it's the person who presented it.
Okay.
We will reset here. So we will motion to discuss Article 14 appropriation to CRF. Do I have a second, please? We will now discuss Article 4. Sorry. All those in favor of discussing Article 14 appropriation to CRF?
Aye.
Thank you. That is unanimous. Ayes have it. Appropriation to CRF, to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $85,000 to be placed in the previously established Fire Apparatus Replacement Capital Reserve Fund. A majority vote is required for this. So fire apparatus, do we have public comment regarding this? We have Fire Chief Grant Pellerin.
Graham Pellerin, Fire Chief. So as most of you are aware, capital reserve funds are set up so that when a piece of apparatus or highway equipment or major purchase for the town is required, it's taken out of that account and doesn't have the majority, the major impact to the taxpayers that 1 year. So it's kind of spread out. Currently, there's $350,000 in that fund. Generally, a fire truck, depending on its purpose, is upwards of $300,000, $500,000. The capital improvement plan lays out our replacement schedule. Usually trucks are lasting longer now, so we don't replace them necessarily in that order. So we try to get the longevity as much as possible out of each piece of apparatus. But so $85,000, it's been there for years, usually supported, and I ask for your vote.
Thank you. Do we have any other further public comment? Mr. Furlong, is no?
I didn't hear him say how much is in the fund now.
Said 350?
Yes, 350, 851.
350. So according to his numbers, that is the low end for the cost of a fire truck. Yeah, please.
Is there a piece of equipment you're
CIP plan.
Yeah, we will make a recommendation depending on. I guess the question that you would pose then would be, is this an appropriate year to not have those?
Capital subsidies, spike in taxes. Buy a truck, namely, tanker, you'll buy that. Didn't have a capital reserve, thousand of fund taxation. This way, all set everything. Tanker. Up the and
is dollars on wait and or is there?
$80,000.
Or you could
You haven't put that money in. Okay, so now that fund is $80,000 short, or $85,000 short. So the next year you can have the same argument. Let's not put it in this year because we got a $3 million vote. So you don't put it in, the fire station doesn't pass again.
I believe I can.
$70,000 short.
I believe I can offer a pretty ample kind of summary of it. So if he needs a new tanker in 2022, he needs it. We have to get it, and we're gonna have to appropriate those funds somehow. By doing stuff that we have to appropriate because we didn't do the capital reserve funds in those times, because we were afraid of the tax impact.
I'm not adverse to putting in the 85,000. What I would like to hear is the chief's way of dealing with this versus just saying, oh, we ought to put it in every year. But there is a large hunk of money going to be expended next year, and hopefully the new fire station will be, or the addition will be built.
Yeah. So your question for the chief would be specifically, if he thinks the trajectory of the fund right now is a necessary trajectory, is that what you would say? Would you say right now that the fund as it is being funded currently is necessary for the improvements you will see in the future?
Yeah, so when I took over in September, I visited the capital improvements plan and had to submit it to the planning board. And there is almost no wiggle room. There's no additional funds in there to, if we buy a tanker in 2 years, we're not going to have $200,000 left over. So the necessity of gaining $85,000 per year to keep on track with that scheduled replacement of apparatus is a necessity. And I'm not asking to spend that $85,000 right now just to put it in the capital improvements fund.
Yeah, Mary Fiddler would like.
How old is the tanker that you're going to replace?
So the tanker's a 2001. Our oldest truck is engine 1, which is a 1995.
Is the tanker in rough shape that it needs to be replaced?
Rough shape, no. like I said, it's proposed to be replaced in 2022. Does that necessarily mean that come 2022 we're going to replace it no matter what? Absolutely not. Right now the tanker is in good shape. Depending, you know, in the next 2-3 years, depending on safety regulations and you know, needs of the town, it may need to be replaced. But if we can push it out, so the tanker has already been pushed out. It was actually supposed to be replaced this year. So I pushed it out 2 more years. But if we don't put $85,000 in and we keep pushing trucks out, then it's going to be harder and harder to replace them in coming years.
Is there a cost associated? I know some of your gear needs to be refreshed, or else there's penalty. Is that right? Like some of your gear or tanks or whatever, if you don't refresh it in a certain rate, you can receive financial penalties for not doing so.
Are you talking about like the turnout gear that we wear?
Yeah. Is that a certain?
That has a 10-year lifespan, but that's built into our budget.
Okay. Oh,
So
but
this is just for
there.
apparatus.
So I guess further, what I want to say, there's no like state mandate or whatever for what you must meet for your lifespan of your gear or your apparatus or.
The gear, yes. Apparatus, no.
Okay.
Is that the aggressive end of replacement schedule? In other words, replacing one that was, you got 99. Is that an aggressive way to replace it? Am I making myself clear? In other words, instead of one that maybe you got an 85 or something, it would force you to replace it earlier, but this looks like fairly aggressive replacement. Is it? I'm not.
Aggressive apparatus replacement. He feels. Are you on an aggressive horizon for
So
when you replace your?
The average over the years, and this was set up by Norm Hurley and Bill Seaman, was a 20-year replacement schedule. You know, the trucks don't have a lot of mileage per se, but they have a lot of run time. We do a lot of training with them, obviously, to keep up our skills. Usually it's been pushed out now. The ambulances run, you know, a lot more than the fire trucks do. But the fire trucks at 20 years, we pushed them out to 20, 22, 23 years now. So I wouldn't say it's overly aggressive. I wouldn't call it necessary.
I have one question. And perhaps you could explain this. For rolling equipment, because it's a line item on your budget, is that rolling equipment, is that just to operate the equipment, or is that?
That's for maintenance, oil changes, anything over 26,000 GVW for weight needs to be inspected twice a year, every 6 months.
But not to purchase new equipment?
Correct, that's just for maintenance.
Costs. Okay, thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I know Richard's up there and he's got something he wants to add to it, but my comment a while ago was not that I'm against the money.
Sure.
I'm concerned when people ask us, how did we come about the decision to recommend approval, that we had enough dialogue so that we could get a reasonable answer to somebody if they asked us that question. I'm happy to go forward with the 85,000, and I make a motion that we go ahead and recommend approval.
Would you be willing to allow Mr. St. Hilaire to comment?
So, at $85,000, and this number hasn't changed for a while, like what I did with mine, I think the number should be $100,000, to be honest with you. I think we're underfunding this fund. I think we're gonna make concessions if we have to replace the tanker in 2 years. By the way, I've been on the fire department 44 years, so I got a clue. Used to be a fire ward, making those decisions, involved in setting up the fund. If you don't fund it every year at 85, you're gonna get way behind. So I suggest you recommend it, and hopefully the voters support it.
Sure, thank you. And I will say, I know you're going to make the motion to vote to recommend. I just want to say, thankfully, we have been in agreement. We've had pretty good discussion. You are by no means any member of this board. You do not have to agree. If you do not agree, please vote vote that way, and that'll be okay.
I stand by my motion.
Okay. I second that motion. We will now vote on whether to recommend Article 14, appropriation to CRF. All those in favor? All those opposed? We have 2 opposed, and the recommendation has it. We have 6-2. Selectmen?
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Okay. Motion to discuss Article 15, equipment purchase. Please, just someone say second. All those in favor of discussing equipment purchase, Article 15? Okay. We took a recess. We're gonna vote these all, and let's just try and do this as quickly as possible, so we don't spend time arguing semantics. We're all in approval of discussing equipment purchase to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $29,106 for the purpose of purchasing acoustical panels for the town hall meeting room.
What salesman came up with that number?
Say again?
What salesman came up with that number? You?
And I'll speak to it.
20.
Please,
Was it 30,000?
Mr. St. James, I'd like to hear your...
Chief Selectman Briggs reached out to someone. The reason we're sitting here right now, we can't hear each other talk. There is a reverb rate in this building of 7 seconds. He calls an acoustical person that came in and gave us an estimate. And we could get that down from 7 seconds to 1 second, spending $29,106. If we wanted to go to a half a second reverberation, it was at $40,000. Doesn't mean we're gonna spend this. This just means that we took the lower of the estimate, and then we would still go out and get other estimates to see. But we, as selectmen, thought it was appropriate to ask the voters if they want to spend this kind of money to assist in the soundproofing of this building, to allow it as a meeting hall so you could hear people. The selectmen are unanimous in this. Doesn't mean we're gonna spend the $29,000. We would look at, like we said, maybe we could hire a carpenter to build acoustical tiles, but this allows us to spend up to that dollar amount. But the reason we can't hear, it's not the microphones, it's not the speaker, it's the sound in this building. If we were on stage, projecting out, that's the way it was designed, and you can hear it. Being off the stage, we can't hear anything.
I would just like to ask, is it difficult for the audience to generally understand us when we're speaking?
Yes. Yes. We gave you loud and clear when Rick Westman speaks. I can't hear.
I'll speak louder.
Thank you. He actually hasn't said anything. He's just been moving his lips.
And if you had a hearing aid, you would really understand.
But we have an estimate, like I said, at 29 is for the 1 second. To get it to half a second, it was $40,000+. We thought it was prudent to stick with the 29 and see where we go from there.
I suppose I'm generally conflicted because, exceedingly frustrated. I don't believe the public of this town, it makes it a priority to be involved in the town politics and to be involved with the running of the town and volunteering for these boards. And so that leaves the general majority of public will never watch these, will never listen to these. And so, and this isn't me saying like, screw and people will begin to get more involved because maybe this has been a barrier to entry, the fact that it's not a great conversational situation.
Well, I would say that's up to the voters to decide. We don't want to spend the $29,000 without the voters saying, please do it and do whatever you can to assist in the sound in this building. That's for the voters to decide.
And just for the people in this room, we can't hear. I mean, everybody in here, how many times has asked somebody to repeat? There are other committees that don't have their meetings in here strictly because they can't hear each other. You know, it is
weird. It is weird when someone's sitting where you're sitting and you're trying to talk to someone over here, you don't hear them, but when I'm sitting here, I can hear you just fine. But if somebody over here talks, I won't hear them at all unless they're speaking right into the mic, and it's strange, you know. I don't know if there's a way just to set up the room differently. Maybe you don't need panels, I don't know.
Well, we did do that.
You did try
They
that?
suggested that we get as close to the curtain as possible.
Yep.
Because that absorbs some of that bouncing of the voices and what have you. That's why we do that. They did a complete survey. They looked and put tiles on the roof, or the ceiling rather, and on the walls. And so we were looking to get at the lowest price possible. And if this is approved, then I think the plan, I'm speaking for myself, not for the board, but we have discussed it, is to go out locally and see if we can get somebody locally just to manufacture some of these at a much reduced price.
I would like to offer time to Ms. Alessio.
I'm going to put my chairman of the zoning board hat on for a second here, and let me tell you that it's very challenging in conducting hearings in this room to make sure that the audience hears. Not so much the audience at home, because those that are listening the microphones make that possible, but to participate in some of the hearings, especially when we have public comment. Again, not all the time, but it can be a challenge in conducting a meeting to make sure that people in the audience can clearly hear what we're discussing at the table. So I would ask for your support on this warrant article.
Thank you.
And I've got hearing aids, and I sat with LA for 12 years on that ZBA. I readily endorse what she's saying. In here right now, if you guys are not talking directly into the microphone and sometimes looking at me so I can partially read your lips, I have a problem understanding what's said. It is crucial, and try watching this room on TV, and you'll see it's the same problem. I tried to listen to it the other night when they were having your building committee for the fire department. I tried listening to it. I turned the volume up on my TV as high as it would go, and I still had trouble understanding what was being said. And this room is horrible. We need it.
Understood. Mr. Furlong, you have something you'd like to say?
Mark Furlong. Like many of you, I attend a lot of meetings in this room, and the acoustics are horrible. And I have a hearing problem, and I have a hard time hearing what's being said quite often. I will go home from meetings that I've attended, and I watch them on YouTube, and I can hear much better. So the equipment, the sound equipment is working. It's more just the acoustics of this room. So I think it's time we did something. When we built the library, the smaller of the meeting rooms, for those of you who are familiar with it, has a very high ceiling. And we put acoustical panels in that room for this very reason. So they do work. And I think this is something that I hope the voters will support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Furlong.
I'm sorry nobody heard anything that I said this morning, but I'm sorry, Rick, what did you say?
Right, I'll speak up. But I think the problem is, I think everybody likes the idea of having better acoustics in here. I think it's just the 29,000 just seems like a lot of money for cork panels or whatever they put up, and hopefully you guys can find something that's a better deal.
I would like to make a motion to vote to recommend. Do I have a second? Second. You got beat. That's going to be Gary's the second on that. Aye. And Selectman?
Selectman? Unanimous.
Okay. I still. I'm disappointed in you. I believe next we have to discuss Article 16. Is that one that we need to?
Yep.
Okay. Make a motion. We are, Mr. Donald, are you in favor of discussing Article 16? All in 25th, because we can't travel back in time. I would like to make a, oh, I'm sorry, you have a,
I'm just going to address 3 of them all together just to make it more efficient for everybody here. I don't disagree with what you're saying. 325th is done and gone. The next one is discontinue the capital reserve for the annual, and then the third is the 350th. My only concern is just that that leaves a gap of 25 years. So if there is an annual event, if we have a Kingston Days next year or 2 years down the road or whatnot, without having an annual fund, if they come to us and say, hey, we need $5,000 to pay vendors to kick this thing off, even if
Selectman, do you have any information for Ms. Coombs on?
Yeah, the Kingston Day has their own special revenue fund that they could do for the annual celebration. It's a separate fund.
Appreciate it, Mrs. Coombs. Do we have any other? Move to approve. Okay. Is that seconded by you, Sean? Seconded by Sean Murray. We will now vote on a recommendation for Article 16. Aye. We are unanimous. The ayes have it. Selectman?
Selectmen? Unanimous.
I'd like to make a motion.
Second.
Thank you, Sean. All those in favor? Unanimous. 6, right? We got right now? Yeah, 7, sorry, 7. Mr. Donald left. Okay. So, as Mrs. Coombs brought forth, this will not prohibit.
Correct. There was 3 separate funds. There was the 325th, there was the annual celebration, and then the Kingston Day celebration. This is gonna, the next article is gonna rename the 325th to 350th. It's gonna discontinue the annual celebration fund, but they will continue to have their Kingston Day fund.
Thank you. Motion to recommend. Seconded by Mary Fiddler. All those. Aye. We are unanimous. 7-0. I will now. Selectmen, sorry.
Selectmen, unanimous.
Motion to discuss Article 18, establish capital reserve fund. Seconded by Sean Murray. I would like to take a vote to discuss Article 18. All those in favor? Gary? In favor of discussing Article 18? Thank you. Unanimous. We will now discuss Article 18. Establish capital reserve fund. To see if the town will vote to establish a 350th anniversary capital reserve fund under the provisions of RSA 35:1 for the town's future 350th celebration, and to raise and appropriate the sum of $70,000 to be placed in this fund, with this amount to come from the Kingston Days Special Revenue Fund. Further, to name the Board of Selectmen as agents to expend from said fund. Majority vote is required. Do we have any public comment regarding Article 18?
I have a question. I'm a little confused. There's 3 funds?
There's currently 3 funds.
And we're closing 2 of them?
No, we're renaming.
Closing
You-
2 and establishing a new one.
Okay, so we have 2 funds.
They have a special revenue fund.
Okay, all right, that's all I wanted to know.
And now the 70,000, is that coming from these funds?
Right.
Yeah,
This
the
is not
one that
being-
you're discontinuing has 70. So from Article 16, there's money in there, and you're setting it up in Article.
So it's not
18.
being additionally taxed?
So no tax impact to the, you have to put the raise and appropriate, but all you're doing is transferring it from one to the other.
Establish capital reserve fund. Seconded by Gary. All those in favor of Article 18, establish capital reserve fund? Does anyone oppose or abstain? Sean, are you in support?
I was gonna say aye, but I did wanna ask, what was the original number? How much was spent on the 325th?
It was 100 plus.
What did you ask?
How much was spent on the 325th?
Yeah, but
I think for now, I would really like to, because we still have to get to revenues and stuff,
Okay.
and
all right, never mind.
they can
Don't
definitely
waste your time.
have that number for you.
The money
She's
was
got it.
raised, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Am I answering the question?
I think for now, I mean, the 325th seems like a curiosity we can definitely get into. I'd like to
127.
Oh, but they had
125, 127.
They paid, had 51,000 in revenue, and then they spent 147. So the net effect was 95,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we are all in favor of Article 18. The board recommends.
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Unanimous as well. Now we're talking Article 19. We already did it.
20 was done. 21, we don't have to vote in, or
We do not need to get involved.
Could you allow the selectmen to take a quick vote on Article 23 and Article 24?
Am I allowed to make that choice myself, or do we need to vote?
No, you don't have to, but the selectmen do. I was just wondering if you would allow us a second to take a vote on those.
Sure, please. Please.
Article 23, selectmen in favor? That's unanimous. And Article 24, amend town ordinance.
I abstain.
Selectmen?
I abstain, one abstention.
Okay, so 3-1, 3-0.
301.
301, yeah.
Okay, now to 25.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I'm I believe we voted on 25 as well.
We did that before.
25.
We don't need to vote on it.
Nothing to do with us.
Yeah, 25 I believe would be the next natural order of things. Motion to discuss Article 25, appropriation to CRF. Seconded by Kim. Thank you. All those in favor of discussing appropriation to CRF? Very unanimous. Article 25, appropriation to CRF. On petition of 71 registered voters to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the Land Acquisition Capital Reserve Fund for the future purchase of development rights, conservation easements, and other land acquisition to conserve the town's rural character, provide open space for outdoor recreation by the public, and help stabilize the tax base. We do have public comment.
Warrant article that comes out every year. We've been putting this warrant article in for the past 22 years, roughly. Back in the 1998 or so, it was apparent that the town was beginning to have some substantial growth. And so one of the thoughts was to try to have a balance of the growth in town to be residential, commercial, industrial, and also open space, because it's important to have some degree of open space in a town. The town master plan actually has a goal of preserving 25% of open space in town. At this point, there's about 21% of the town that's conserved as far as open space goes. This warrant article employs the same approaches as many of the others as far as trying to set up a situation where we can have money put into a capital reserve fund over a period of time so that when a major expenditure comes up, the money's there and we don't have to take the money from a large amount of money at one time from the town. This warrant article asks for $10,000 to be placed into the fund. The capital improvement plan actually has a figure of about $56,000 that would need to be placed into the capital reserve fund this year and in subsequent years to raise enough money to purchase the amount of land that still is required to hit that 25% goal. Focus has been putting in this warrant article for a number of years, and we're pretty much viewed by the Board of Selectmen as the entity in town, though we're not a town committee, as the entity in town to look at the conservation of open space, and so that's why we've been putting this article in. We've tried to leverage the town's money through partnerships and working with a variety of entities, different land conservation organizations, the state, and other entities to try to have as much land conserved as possible with as least expense to the town. This is one program that at some point will end. Most of the other warrant articles that you see are for programs that are going to continue year after year and require funds year after year. Once we hit the goal of 25%, then this program will end and we won't be looking for additional funding year after year.
How much is currently in the fund?
You know, I think it's probably, Cindy might know, but I think it's probably about $450,000.
The land fund,
Land acquisition capital reserve fund.
459,000.
459,000 currently.
Sorry.
And this money that's in the fund can really only be spent after town meeting vote to purchase an easement or purchase a specific piece of property. So any decisions made on spending the money are made by the voters. The voters have supported, we've put 22 articles in since 1998. The voters every year have supported them wholeheartedly, and so we hope you also will recommend this year.
Thank you, Mr. Landry.
If I could, I was involved with this from the beginning, and it's one of the few articles that eventually saves money for the town of Kingston. We're right now trying to work with somebody in the southern part of the town that's got over 100 acres that would be all developing into houses. Some of his land has already been put into house lots, and it means more services, more things that the town has to pay for. I mean, there's an old saying that it's far cheaper to buy it once almost at any price than it is to pay for services year after year after year, whether it be school or what have you. And years ago, what a lot of towns did, they passed a bond issue and then gave a recommendation to the Conservation Commission and then approval of the selectmen, they could spend the money on land. We always took the position that we ought to come to the taxpayers and have them vote on that piece of land if they think it's valuable enough to do that. There was also a this year to talk with somebody that has a large piece that could potentially be used for a water source for the town of Kingston. That hasn't gone anywhere, at least at this point, but they were asking over $1 million for that parcel, and so that's still another possibility. But there are other number of, we look for more for larger parcels that could be used for housing developments that could have impact the town substantially to try to reduce that. So it's a good value for the town, and as I say, we have to come to the townspeople. The Conservation Commission can't spend it, selectmen can't spend it, the people have got to decide to spend it whether they like it, if they want it. So it's a good opportunity.
Are there none of those pending, or?
There's no sale pending. We're working, we about every 2 or 3 years, we'll send out letters to people that have like 40, 50 acres and more, because it's a larger. And obviously, we need a house here, a house there, and so on and so forth. We also stay away from like Route 125, because we need the commercial end of things. We understand that. So it's trying to have a balanced approach. And if we talk about, you know, like whether the seminary or other, it can be a place that's sought after for people, you know, ride snowmobiles or recreate or what have you. You need spaces to do that. And if you want to have Kingston maintain its rural character and not be a Salem or what have you, well, it does take doing some of this. The 125 bypass, time, that's part of 125 that we can develop for commercial interests, which we obviously need to do, and not just use car lots, but, you know, hopefully something that can generate tax bases. So it's trying to have a balance of housing, commercial, and open space. New York City is Central Park, which is 25% of New York City. It's 850 acres or something in Central Park. So 10,000, not a lot of money to put away, but it's something towards it, and land is expensive. We do try to look for bargain sales. We do try to get other federal money to come in when we can do that. We've had the feds drop more than $1 million here in town in terms of buying easements and so on and so forth from people, so it hasn't come out of the taxpayers. So we try to squeeze a nickel wherever we can.
Thank you. We have a motion. I will second that motion to vote on Article 25. All those opposed? So we have, sorry, 6 to 5 to 3?
5 to 3. 6 to. I don't know.
Did you just vote to oppose it?
Yeah.
He did. Gary did as well. So we're 5 to 3. I did. I as well voted to oppose. So
6-2?
5-3. So it carries. It is recommended by the board. I would like to make, Selectmen?
Selectmen? 4-0 unanimous.
Favor? Article, motion to discuss Article 26, appropriation to Heritage Fund. Do I have a second to discuss that article?
Second.
Mary, we have a second here on Mary Fiddler. All those in favor of discussing appropriation to Heritage Fund? Mr. Donald?
To hear about.
I'm not sure.
To discuss Article 16, the Heritage Fund? Thank you. All are in favor of discussing Article 26, appropriation to Heritage Fund. On petition of the Kingston Heritage Commission and 44 registered voters to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the sum of $10,000 to be placed in the previously established Heritage Fund for future enhancements to support preservation of historic properties. Do we have public comment? Mr. Landry.
Ernie Landry again. This fund is again, a non-asset fund.
Closer to the mic, please.
Currently, there are $18,000 roughly in the fund. We've spent about $4,000 out of that fund recently to do an archaeological survey at the recreation center. It was determined that there was a very high likelihood that that site had been a Native American site previously, and when the town decided to, they were going to excavate to put in the basketball court and other things, it seemed prudent to take a look to make sure that we weren't really interfering with a major Native American archaeological site, because you try not to interfere with those, or at least know where they are, so that you can have as little interference as possible. So we had an archaeologist come in and take a look at it. It turned out that though there was a very high probability there were not significant artifacts found. And so it was good to do that in the sense of we now know that there are no Native American artifacts there, and it really shows the organizations in the state, like the Division of Historical Resources and other preservation organizations, that the town of Kingston is serious about maintaining and preserving its historical heritage. That's important because a lot of times we need grants from those organizations to help to support our activities, and for them to know that we're very prudent in trying to do our due diligence in preserving our history in the town. It's an important aspect. Some of the funds for that reserve fund came from donations, and other funds have come in through the Heritage Commission fundraising. So we have some other sources beyond just the money that's appropriated and put into it, though certainly not as much as is appropriated by the town. Part of that money would hopefully be used for grants. There are a number of things that money can be used for. It can be used for, archaeological surveys. It could be used for surveys, historical surveys in the town. It could be used to list certain buildings on the National Estate Register. And so there are a whole host of different things that it could be used for. The town recently completed a historical resources chapter to the master plan that has a lot of goals in it centered around historic preservation, and so some of these funds could also be used in those projects that are in the historical resources master plan chapter. One of the things we try to do is leverage the money that's in that fund through grants. We received a grant to do that historical resources master plan chapter, and save the town about $10,000 on that project, using a lot of volunteer efforts. And so it's an important fund to have for us to be able to use when we need to apply for matching grants. And so I request that you recommend it this year, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Landry. Do we have any other comments regarding?
Yeah, this it's $10,000. If you needed to get a matching grant right now, you go to the select board or something, don't you? So it seems like, throwing $10,000 in a fund of the Heritage Commission seems a little heavy for me. Because you can get the same thing by going to select board, but at least there's some control instead of just saying, hey, we got a grant, let's throw $10,000 at it.
I know that we talked about acoustics, and I do not know there is a historical building that you're talking about using the money for. I did not hear you say which building.
Any of the historical buildings, and that's
how many historical buildings?
These are the primary ones right here. You have the Nichols Memorial Library, you have the Grace Daily Barn, you have the Firehouse Museum, the Tramp House, and this building primarily. And that's one use out of the Heritage Fund. It's not only just for the historical buildings, but
the warrant article.
Yeah.
And I
The recreation building is not a historic building.
Mr. Landry, could you please just approach the mic?
Sorry, the recreation building isn't a historic building, so that isn't one of the
Can you speak
buildings.
closer to Ernie to the mic?
You can get up pretty darn close to it, and
Go ahead.
Heritage Fund.
I'd like to just speak briefly in favor of it. We just put, I think, 70,000 in a capital reserve fund for a 10th anniversary, Kingston days, and which is for things that we might need, historical properties that we have in town here, that we're celebrating when we have a 350th anniversary.
I would just like to make one.
I understand that, but at some point that 70 did come into,
Definitely. Certainly. I mean, I'm not an extreme. The one, just the degree. We have a fire station that we're going to be building, and so when I see things like the historic, the Heritage Commission and the land acquisition, I just think that money. To the article.
And this is a capital reserve fund that's designed to have the money there over a period of time for that point when that major expenditure comes, so that you don't have to make that major expenditure in the year that the event occurs.
I just have one question. Is for the historic buildings that the town owns, is that not already money that's taken care of with the capital reserve fund? Is that not meant to take care of that if we need a new roof or whatever?
That's completely separate. There is a building maintenance fund for town-owned property. This is something separate. This is not a selectmen's article, by the way. This is a petition warrant article. I'll let it stand on its own, but there is a separate article to maintain historic public buildings that the town owns.
One time this would come into play is if there was a grant, say, authorizing money for something, that this would fall under, like, say there was a grant to repoint the building next door, which there's not, but if there was, they would have to show that they have the money for their percentage of the grant.
Right.
It has to be in their fund. They can't spend from the general fund for that grant.
Do you have it at this time?
Nothing large at this point. We have a couple of small ones that we're working on.
Ernie, wasn't that similar to the bandstand? Did you need to, you wrote a grant for the bandstand? So maybe you could explain that and where that money came from.
Well, whenever we're going for a grant, most grants are proportionate. So they're either a 60-40 grant or a 50-50 grant, which requires the town to then come up with the additional money, the percentage that the town's responsible for. And so when we did the bandstand, we got a $13,000 grant from the Land and Community Heritage Investment Program. The town had to be able to say that they had the money to match that grant, and so that's the way it is on all grants that are.
The money to match the grant came from the town, the selectmen, right?
At that point, it did.
You didn't have any money in a
There was no money in the Heritage Fund at
You
that
went to
point.
the selectmen and they said, okay, that's something.
And just one other thing to clarify what you said is they cannot spend that money without selectmen's permission.
Right.
So they don't have a free checkbook.
So the Met,
But therefore, why do you need $10,000 in that fund when you're gonna go to your annual?
Well, it's in their fund, so it can be for their.
Yeah, we don't have a secret pile of money we can just grab from them.
Right.
Yeah.
We can't grab.
That you would tell us about.
My point is, this is the year we're spending a lot of money on a new building. Maybe it's a year to hold off having a nice fund to go to if we need it. At some point in time, we've got to cut back on some of this.
6%.
Are you looking to add comment? I'm sorry,
Heritage
can you please say your name into the mic?
I know, and yes, the acoustics in here are awful. Maybe the wording here, the Heritage Commission does more than just do the historic buildings. You know, this word is property, like, indicating. I think we said. I don't remember. And is the thing any money, or is it the 10,000? You know, I would ask if people had a, and maybe that would be something for the deliberative session.
Okay.
I'm a little low on the rules.
1%.
But,
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Yeah,
Sorry,
please,
before
go
you
ahead.
There's one thing, there is a line item on the budget already for matching grants. And I know this isn't a recurring thing, this money doesn't they get to keep it. But right now, it's on line item, what is it? 4590-04, matching grants, Heritage, $5,500. So there is money going to it, and that money sometimes gets used, sometimes it doesn't.
Is that I believe a gross accounting scenario where that was money. Could you please? I know.
If they do apply for funds, they have to show there is matching fund. I'll speak to it on my own. I support everything that the Heritage Commission does. It's not just about historic buildings, it's anything else that comes up. A good use of it was when the Native American study, when there was a question of it, it was nice to have that money. I agree with some of the members that already spoke. This is the year I see there's enough stuff going on that I won't be supporting this, but I do support them having it. And there is money in the fund, and there is money to match if they do find a grant. Okay, we did just do the preservation of the gazebo, but just this is the year I can't support it.
I would like to make a Sean. Are you? Good. Thank you. I would. Seconded by Sean Murray. All those opposed. The opposition. And I believe. It's just simply a recommendation of.
Selectmen,
Mr. Wilson was in favor. I would like to make a motion. Services.
I'm saying. I got it. I'm just trying to.
Let's make sure we. Just make sure you say following campus. You know what I mean? So you know where the bridge is.
They do a lot.
Thanks, Kim. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Kim.
Okay, so do I have a second to discuss that, Sean? So I made a motion to discuss Article 27, seconded by Sean. Article 2. Gentlemen, in favor of discussing Article 27? Oh, sure. All in favor. Appropriation for One Sky Community Services. On petition of 31 registered voters to see if the town will vote to raise and appropriate the amount of $3,100 to support One Sky Community Services in their efforts to provide vital support and services to 31 individuals with developmental and intellectual disabilities who reside in the town of Kingston in the town's 2020 budget. Do we have any public comment regarding this?
I have a comment.
Ms. Fiddler would like to comment?
At the last meeting, I explained what, because they came in. No, they didn't.
They did not.
Anyway,
They did not.
I explained what One Sky is. And these individuals that are serviced by One Sky, we have 2 of those individuals that come in and volunteer at the thrift store because they're trying to get these kids or young adults out to do something besides go to daycare every day. They want them to get out in the world. And I highly recommend we do it because I think it's a really good service.
Who are they?
I can't give names.
Oh, no.
They're an organization that assists.
What other people, have they got a problem?
Yes, they're just.
Because you didn't really,
It's developmentally disabled people with whom One Sky basically offers a community outlet for
31 people in this town.
that is the registered voters who I believe petitioned. I don't have the impact on the town. That's a
Services to 31
Oh, is that the numbers? I think I know which 31 signed this petition.
No.
Well, it helps in paying people that are giving, they're caretakers of these people. They're paid by One Sky. So, yeah, so, I mean, it's not just this town. They're all over the place. But we have 31 in this town that are being serviced.
Mr. Russman?
31?
31.
I just want to make sure I was hearing you right. Really?
Chief, do you know anything about them?
I don't.
They're a nonprofit based out of Hampton, New Hampshire. They do a lot of work throughout Rockingham County, and what they're saying, according to this, is they service 31 individuals in the town of Kingston. It's the first time they've ever asked for money. I will be the first to say I'm very disappointed that there's no one here to speak for it from that organization. I think they should have been a little more organized and had someone here to answer the questions. I've heard of their organization, and I know they do a lot of work throughout Rockingham, and they are stating they do a lot in Kingston.
I can ask the individual that lives in Kingston to come in to.
We need to discuss it right
session.
now.
Oh, okay.
I think they would have to come to the deliberative session to at least speak, and then we could reconsider a vote, but I think we have to take a vote right now on what our recommendation is. I personally am disappointed they didn't come, but.
I'm also spending our money appropriately here. And I feel our job as a budget committee is to spend the town's money responsibly. I don't have enough information to say if giving this money would be responsible to One Sky community, and that's not to say that they're an irresponsible organization. It's that I don't know them, and I don't know enough to say that is a responsible use of the town's funds.
I would readily agree that it would have been nice if they were here, but I feel reasonably assured that the money is well spent based on the fact that some of the people are working at the thrift store, and Mary works with them, and so she is speaking in their behalf. With that in mind, I am going to make a motion that we recommend approval.
Do we have a second on that?
I'll second it.
Yeah, their website says private nonprofit agency. We have been serving Rockingham County since 1983. We believe in the communities we serve and the ability of everyone to make a difference. We challenge ourselves to think outside the box so we can do the best job possible. Our mission is to ensure that individuals with developmental disabilities or acquired brain disorders have the same opportunities like everyone else to be successful and live in a happy and fulfilling life in our community. They offer services 3 to 21, services 21 to senior, services for adults living at home, services for acquired brain disorders, that's what they do.
Thank you. We have a motion, seconded, so recommending the 3100 Article 27.
I would do it under the thing that Kevin said, that they should come in here.
We can afford them that. We can afford them
I'm
that.
going to call her to come in to deliberative session.
Because then I approve it based upon that. Then we know.
So we just need
'Cause it is
right
the
now.
first time, you said, right?
Yeah, first time.
Mr.
They've
Finnegan.
been in existence since '83. I'll come in.
Mr. Finnegan, we need what you feel right now, and if you decide to change your mind on the deliberative, you're allowed to do so.
Yeah.
So right now, all those in favor of Article 27, please.
I'm in favor if they come in.
Well, we can't see in the future. Right now, as it stands currently, are you in favor? If the answer is no, Mary, say no. Okay, currently as it stands right now, I am opposed. Any abstentions?
Can I abstain from not feeling like I know enough to make a decision either way?
Yeah, absolutely.
Could I just ask what that vote was?
611.
611?
Mary, are you going to ask them to come in?
Yes, I am.
Great, thank you. I think probably it'd be smart.
Selectmen? Those in favor? Those opposed? 0-4.
I'm going to abstain.
You're going to abstain?
Yeah, because I know nothing about the group, never
Zero,
heard of
three,
it until
one.
today.
I'm going to abstain until I hear from them all.
Actually, I would like to ask then, is that the proper use of an abstention is to,
Probably not.
it didn't feel like the proper use to abstain instead of,
Some people say you should never abstain.
Then I'll vote no until I hear from them.
And
okay. And that, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot, I just wanted to understand.
NHMA had a class this past summer about that. The speaker was adamant that an abstention should very, very rarely be used.
That was, I saw a silly YouTube video that gave me that
I guess I'll
information.
re-ask for the selectmen's vote. Those in favor signify by aye. Those opposed, raise your hand.
No.
Okay, so it stands at 0-4.
Make up your minds.
That's okay. You are more than able to abstain. It's just, I think, more appropriate use of an abstention is more so. No one's gonna. I think you got it. You vote how you want. My money and I need it. Can I please get a second on that? Do I need to dance to get a second on that? Thank you, Mr. Murray. Mr. Donald, Mr. Finneady, in favor of discussing Article 28? Thank you, Mr. Donald. Mr. Finneady?
Yeah.
You're in favor of discussing it? Okay. All are in favor, unanimous to discuss Article 28. On petition, appropriate the sum of $6,333 with $1 per person based on the population provided suicide prevention and community wellness service of SOROC Coalition for Healthy Youth. SOROC's work promotes wellness and nurtures resiliency for the children, youth, and families of Kingston as well as surrounding communities. SOROC works through coordinating community education, programming, and resources and collaborating with federal and state agencies to help direct additional resources to the town they serve. Is that an appropriate warrant article? It just doesn't...
It's a petition warrant article, so it's...
Just a rambling...
We can't, if people put it in, it's on this, it has nothing to do with selectmen.
It just doesn't feel like DRA would approve of this warrant article, just based on how I've seen their previous approvals. Okay, so has anyone spoken with
Chief,
SOROC?
do you know him?
Yeah, we work with them on a regular basis. The Austin House in Brentwood.
That's them?
That's part of them, yeah. They're there all the time. They're working with all those kids. They work out of the high school every day. We work with them on a regular basis.
Do they come over and clean your station?
No.
Who's the representative for them?
Let's get a
Have they applied?
I can get you the information.
Okay.
Chief, have they applied before, or is this the...
No, first time.
Well, they're high school, 17 Danville Road, and it takes in the towns of, looks like Atkinson, Danville, Fremont, Hempstead, Kingston, Plastow, and Newton, Sandown.
Okay. If you could, Chief, if you could get me, I would like to give them an opportunity to speak with us again. Sure. Similar in the vein of One Sky, I would like to give them an opportunity, just because, again, I don't feel like I have enough information to.
Do you want me to call them directly and ask them to be here for the?
If you would own that, please, absolutely, I would appreciate that.
So I'm trying to, Chief, you get a sense that it's a worthwhile expenditure of money.
Yeah, we use them on a regular basis. They do a lot of events for kids. They're always involved in the Austin House. They're doing educational stuff through the school, over and above what the school does. So on a regular basis, yeah.
What is the Austin House? I don't know.
So that's the church up across from where the old Bessie's Lunch used to be. And there was a young individual that was killed in a car crash as a result of substance. And parents opened up this Austin House to have a place for the kids to go and to also work with them and educate them on the dangers of substance. And they do a number of different things for the kids. They do, not only for the kids, but for parents too, so they can educate them on what to look for, what to do if someone's having substance abuse issues. So they do a number of different things for families, and so SOROC is involved with them as well as a lot of. For instance, they're involved in all the drug take-back stuff that we do. They're involved in a lot of community events that we do related to substance and substance abuse.
They're generally a highly impactful community service organization, and they do quite a bit, and I have firsthand knowledge of them as well. They're very reputable. I would, again, just because I'm going to want to hear from SOROC Coalition, that's going to impact my vote today, and I'm hoping that we're going to see them at the deliberative. With that said, I would like to make a motion to recommend Article 28, appropriation for SOROC Coalition. Seconded by Mr. Murray. All those in favor of recommending SOROC Coalition Article 28?
Aye.
Looks like we have 5. All those opposed of recommending SOROC Coalition?
With the hope that they show up.
Exactly, yeah, absolutely. I'm on that same page. So yes, sir. The recommendation has it on Article 28.
What was your vote? 5-2?
6-2.
6-2. Selectmen, all those in favor signify by saying aye. 2, and opposed? 2-2.
Tiebreaker.
face.
Well, if it was Heights here, he'd just be like, yeah, we're all in favor. Wait, are we?
What are we, just budget to vote on now? We just have the budget to vote on?
We have to go over revenue as well, some revenue, which we
Revenues
did not
and-
discuss last week. So,
Page 5.
revenue is in here.
No,
Yeah, the revenue.
I think we need we have not discussed the revenue period as a board. I think it's appropriate if we discuss that.
Okay.
Just Mr.
Revenues
Josh
is
has
page
made.
10. Oh, sorry, my bad. Oh, there it is, missed that page. It says right at the top, MS 737 revenues.
It's on page 9.
Seconded by Kim.
Overall space, right?
All those.
Page 9.
I'm just going to read through these revenues here. If you have a question, say bye, and when we are finished, we will discuss that question on revenues. So we should, I will be reading the selectmen's estimated revenues for period ending 12/31/2020. Land use change tax, general fund, 0. Resident tax, 0. Yield tax, 1,000. Payment in lieu of taxes, 0. Excavation tax, $2,000. Other taxes, 0. Interest and penalties on delinquent taxes, 80,000. Inventory penalties, 0. Licenses. Which did I skip? Sorry.
Building permits.
Building permits, 45,000. From federal government, 0. For a total of $1,505,070 on that. State sources. Highway. $1,190.
So is there a reason we don't have actuals?
I didn't put them in, it's my fault.
I couldn't hear you, I'm sorry.
I didn't put them in, and that was my fault.
So
I
it's
can
not-
have reports if you have
I
actuals.
can't relate to the numbers without
Right.
the actuals.
Right.
Let me, print a report for you.
Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Let me see, I believe I have, fortunately, I can't say to what end. I don't know why, but my wife did organize my satchel here. And I don't know where anything is. So let's go ahead and take a brief recess while she prints those up for us.
Thank God, it's a week.
Let's please, let's get these revenues discussed. This is an important part about voting on the operating budget. We have gone over the numbers of what is being projected by the selectmen, and we now have actuals of usage that will let us feel if that's a reasonable suggestion by the selectmen or not, and then we will vote on how we feel about that.
Just ask if you have any questions, and I know you're all, some of you are fairly new. The revenues are revised every fall based on our actuals.
Okay.
Before the tax rate is set. Just so you know that.
Thank you. So everyone just please take a moment to familiarize yourselves with the January to December 19th actuals of revenue, and let's move from there.
Rent of downtown this year, right? Working on it.
So we took over $3 million.
Renting planes, renting downtown.
Yeah.
I can tell you what that was.
And I guess I would ask just the basis for
Dropping it.
Raising it.
is what so you're raising it to kind of match what came in this year, and I don't know what our metrics are. Do we know how many new cars were brought in this year, or whether this is a sustainable?
It's a guess, is what it comes down to. You could look at, asking for 2018 and look at 2019, that gives you a little more history.
It went pretty substantially, didn't it?
Yeah.
1.4.
In 2018, and then 2019 was as well 1.4. Okay.
You know, it depends on the economy.
The economy, they buy new cars.
Interest.
Value of the cars is worth more.
Yeah.
It's kind of a guess what you put on here. It helps for the taxes, but it's also,
Is anyone
It was 1.3 in 2017.
is anyone familiar? Is there an EV electric vehicle? Does that affect these fees for us at all, or is this based on? I'm just not totally familiar. It does, or doesn't?
Value.
I don't think there's any specific credit in New Hampshire for electronic vehicles.
Okay, so
There is now? No.
there was not.
because I'm just saying, if let's say whatever we start seeing everyone's driving Teslas, like that's not going to affect our fees on this. Okay.
We'd encourage that because they're valued higher, so.
Well, actually, the thing is, one thing about road maintenance, gas tax, gasoline is taxed. Teslas, electric vehicles, they're not getting that road maintenance tax, that generated income. Because how much money does the state get for every gallon of gasoline sold?
I don't have that in front, but that goes to the state, it doesn't go to us.
I was just making a.
We don't get any percentage of how much gasoline is sold in
Massachusetts
Kingston.
is 25 cents a gallon.
What's that?
Massachusetts is 25 cents.
25 cents a gallon goes to the
We
state.
do see,
But as you see more electric vehicles, you will see that somebody's
It's
gonna
not
pay
even
for the
that.
roads,
As vehicles become more efficient, they're also losing out on that.
That's true too.
we have
That's
a
right.
savings because we don't pay any gas tax on all the cruisers and all the town vehicles and all that. So we have a savings on all of that.
All right.
So I simply wanted to ask if that made an effect on, if there was some kind of credit when you're paying to register, if you have to pay less because the preference, electric vehicles. Has everyone taken a moment to familiarize the actuals with what the selectmen are proposing for the revenue?
I have a few questions.
Yeah, sure, please ask.
I need to use the mic, can you hear me? Okay. Page 10, please. The second item, 3409. So we have a budget of 130,000, but no prior revenue. help us understand how you got there, help me understand at least. Well, at least I don't see anything on your sheet, so forgive me if I'm reading from the
Which line?
3409 other charges. I don't see anything as an actual.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That's my first question.
Oh, that's Article 18. That's associated with the, I don't know why it's considered revenue, but it's associated with closing out the 325th.
No,
Are you looking
Is that
at
not?
3409?
Yes.
No, she's looking at the revenue sheet.
So that's a combination of,
34.
Capital reserve funds.
What line?
On page 10.
39140.
Interfund operating transfers in. It is the top line.
that is actually.
I'm actually on the second one.
3409 is,
I'm sorry, which one?
3409 is 100.
yeah, that's actually on the wrong line. It's supposed to
Oh,
be
I thought you said, I'm sorry.
35.
It's totally misheard.
It's on the wrong line. It should be on 3509, not 3409. I must have entered it wrong. So 3509
Other.
is 3503 through 3509. So it'd be 3503, 3506, and 3509 on your actuals. So that general category, other miscellaneous sources, is franchise fees from Comcast.
Look at that. Kim sniffed that one right out.
So I put it in the wrong line. I'll fix that.
Thank you.
So should it be the 120?
30, because it's actually the 3503 through 3509. So it's the rent-a-town property, the insurance, dividends and reimbursements, and then the other miscellaneous, which is franchise fees.
Thank you. And can you just explain?
There are certain trusts that are set up so that the interest from those trust funds comes to the general fund every year.
Kind of like what was being discussed earlier today.
A little differently. They're private trusts. Individuals donating money to the town. The trustees of trust funds hold the trust, and when they made the donation, they designated that the earnings from that trust go back to the town. So that's where most of that money comes from. And the other portion of it is the Mill Stream Cemetery. There's a special trust set up actually at another bank. And the trustees request the money and then they reimburse the general fund for the Mill Stream expenses. It's a little complicated, but it comes through the trustees of trust funds to the general fund. But we tell them what was spent on the Mill Stream Cemetery.
And it's being labeled as 5.4. Is that why it's
Yeah, you can see the different warrant articles that
are associated?
that figure.
Does anyone have further questions regarding the revenue after going over it?
I have another question with 3401-3406. We see the actuals at 225,000 and change, and the estimate's going to drop. Can we understand why it would drop by 25,000? What don't we think we'll get this year? I'm sorry, first line on page 10. So the actuals are 225,385, and the estimated revenue is 200. So it's almost $25,000 drop.
Yeah, I guess I'm curious about that as well, because that would encompass Graham Pellin's ambulance fees, would it not?
Right,
Which he actually predicted would be more.
exactly. So, so part of that is what Graham added to his budget for emergency management.
I mean, we're discussing it right now.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, wait a minute, we're talking about 3401, right? I found my notes. 3401? Yes. That is being reduced because we created the recreation revolving fund in 2019. So the budget in 2019 was higher than it needs to be in 2020, because now the income and expenses will flow through the recreation revolving fund. So there was about 30,000 in revenues that used to go to the general fund for recreation that will now go through the revolving fund.
Thank you.
But as well, does it seem like the ambulatory revenue wasn't added in, just because it felt like it was going to be a significant increase based on what Graham said?
Yeah, I didn't take that into consideration because we don't have anything to base that on yet.
There's no access
this year.
And like I said, the revenues can be revised, it will be revised in the fall based on actuals, so it's hard to predict how much ambulance revenue we might increase by.
Okay.
So without something to base it on,
You don't want to take a stab in the dark. Is that essentially is what you're saying?
Years, number of ambulances dispatched or something.
which we don't even know yet. I mean, the facility just opened now, even if it's full yet.
They're at like 30%, I believe now. So if they jump to 100 in the next 2 months, obviously ambulance calls will go up. If they stay at 30,
okay,
it will be a big rise.
Well, I for one, I'm not in this scenario, so.
Right, and as the year progresses, if I see an increase in revenue to, the general fund revenues, then we'll adjust it in the fall.
Excellent, thank you. Any other questions?
I have one more, and I'm sorry, you may have addressed this. I'm new, so forgive me.
okay.
3502, interest on investments. We have 0 as predicted revenue when we had 46,000 prior year.
46,302. It's too bad this was.
I wrote it on there, that's why I see it.
I'm gonna guess this all kind of works into your daily career.
That should have been in there, actually.
It seems very natural.
It should have been 40,000, I don't know if I put it in the wrong line.
Yeah, you have it on your revenue sheet as well.
You have it from other governments, 3379, 47.
But there's also 40,000 there. That was 3379 is actually from the library.
Next line, round 2. 35,
It's all 0, but revenue in prior years, 0.
Oh, yeah.
That's where they moved 3409 down. That was with 130,000.
It's in the number with 3401 through 3406. That should have been 160,000.
Do we want to vote on this?
We have to.
Let's vote.
And the 40,000 should be in 3502.
No, you need to. This is so.
So instead of 200, it should be 160, and instead of 0, it should be 40.
So 3401 is 160, I'm sorry, 3401 through 3406 is 160, and then 3502 is 40?
Right.
I still don't feel warm and fuzzy about the 160 then if prior year was 225. Even with that revolving fund you mentioned, that doesn't feel, 160 feels too low now.
Okay, well, I reduced it by the 2019 budget. Only because, the departmental revenues are unpredictable. So even though we captured 225,000 in 2019, doesn't mean that we will in 2020. So
Do you have 18 by chance, just for a basis of comparison?
Well, she's looking that up. I think it was incorrectly stated that we use revenues from the infrastructure fund to offset taxes. Previously, someone said that. When revenues come in above what we're projecting, we typically take that revenue and offset the taxes from that, just so nobody's coming back in another meeting and slapping us in the face with that. I just want to clarify that on record, that that is where that money to offset taxes comes from.
So 18 was 212,000.
I'm sorry,
2018 was 212,000.
And we still have to account for that revolving fund that you mentioned, right?
So if we rounded it to 200,000 and took away 30, then we're at 170.
Take it over 160.
I like your thinking, Kim.
I will not. But I think that's a very good, it seems like all trends and suggestions would be that will be a higher number this year, which obviously I always trend towards being pessimistic on income, just seems prudent, but yeah. Do you feel like you are going to amend the?
I can amend it to whatever number you like for your estimates.
I mean, so we're talking about 3401, 3406.
Right.
And Kim, your thought was that would be higher.
Well, it makes sense with the way she explained the revolving fund. I understand why some of it's backed out. Just the 160 definitely was too low in my opinion. 170 feels better.
Am I reading this wrong? Because I'm seeing it as too
Yeah, but she amended it.
Yep, she amended it to the 170.
No, that's what it was. When it's broke out that way, yes. But when it's see how it's like 341 to 346 or month together on the sheet. So can I just for the.
You do realize that we could go over this. I'm gonna go over this one. And we can't do anything about it. We can't do anything about income, we can only do outgo.
Certainly we can. I just like to have an accurate, I think it's important for us to have an accurate representation of what the revenue may be.
Yeah, we can.
So what was your suggestion that we might adjust?
Which number?
Well, it's 3401,
Closer.
3406, correct? Oh, can you not hear me?
They're talking.
I feel like I'm so loud. So that was the 200,000 that we took down to 170. Is that correct? With the understanding that there's a revolving fund where the remainder of that's gone that wasn't in existence the prior year.
Right. We took it down to 160. Right.
160.
So now we'll adjust it up to 170.
Up to 170.
So 200,000 for 3401, 3406.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, what portion went into that revolving fund? Did you say it was 30?
Oh, 30.
So Axel, it really didn't come down, it's just the way the money was split.
Sure.
So I don't know if it answers my question though, because when you split it that way, you're still at 200 when we were at 225. So we're still missing $25,000, but it sounds like they can't project that revenue.
Oh, okay,
So we ended up in the same place we started, and there's still a $25,000 gap.
But as far as projected revenues at this point, are we now looking at a number of 13,700 and
70 or 60.
do you have a number now? 13,700, I think it's 78, 323.
Guess that I would do it.
And actually, you added in the 40,000 at line 3502.
I did?
Okay, just want to make sure.
Did
you
I?
got that. I don't know.
What? No, I didn't.
So 3502, they didn't have the 40,000 in interest listed.
Thank you so much. So we're actually, there's a net 10,000 increase, looks like, on this number. Thank you for 13. So, does anyone else have any questions? I believe we've had some really good questions regarding revenue. No, don't be sorry. That's great questions to ask. Does anyone else have any questions regarding revenue at this time? I would like to make a motion to accept the. If you could please confirm this. I'm looking at 13,818,323 with the adjustments we've made. Okay.
1 sec, and I will confirm.
I would hate to vote on it if it's not what she has. Yeah. It's the final countdown.
What is your
13,818,323. Because we added the 40 and we removed 30.
We added 10,000 overall.
Essentially, overall.
Take every dollar.
You just made us $10,000, Kim. In imaginary money. Yeah, exactly. I say we should put it at 25.
13,818,323.
Perfect. Making a motion to accept. Proposed revenue. Seconded by Mr. Murray. All those in favor of accepting that number? Okay, we are in acceptance of the revenue number. We will now move to operating budget.
Selectmen in favor of that same number.
Oh, you guys are in favor of the thing?
Net 10.
You gotta split that with her now. I think that's how it works. All right, we have one more article, but I guess I have to do it the appropriate way. Motion to discuss Article 6, operating budget.
Page 5.
Seconded by Kim. All in favor? Unanimous. Operating budget. Shall the town of Kingston raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth in the budget posted with a warrant or as amended by vote of the first session for the purposes set forth therein, totaling $6,149,370, which we need to add $3,500 to, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
That 152 figure?
Yeah. So,
What's the number?
2,870.
okay, so I will repeat the number as corrected.
Until I get to that page. Oh, okay.
Totaling $6,152,870. Should this article be defeated, the default budget shall be $5,927,089, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the town of Kingston or by law, or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13, 10, and 16 to take up the issue of a revised operating budget only.
What is that number gonna be now?
$6,152,807.
I'll move the budget to
870.
I will second that motion.
second.
Oh, wait a minute.
He will third that motion.
Rick, did you?
Rick made the motion, I seconded it. All those in the article recommending, Article 6 operating budget.
May I have a question first?
Absolutely, please.
I am very curious as to what the default budget really is, because all we have is the bottom line or an intermediate line, because we don't know what the adjustments might be.
As far as it has been delineated to us over the course of our meetings, it is the budget that was proposed last year. But as far as the adjustments that you specifically question, perhaps the selectmen have a input on that.
It's in your packet that you were given this morning. It's the fall budget.
What the adjustment is?
Yep.
And what is the real bottom line of the default budget is where we go?
That is the bottom line after adjustments.
The current number as stated in the paper that we have in front of us. The 5 million.
I guess I must have missed that.
Contracts.
Yeah, that's okay.
It's,
No worries.
creation supplemental.
So it shows you in the second column and the adjustments.
What page are you?
205.
Page 205.
It's the MSDTB.
I realized, but I didn't see it. Thank you. Bless you.
Yep. Straight down, all of it.
That's it.
That's it. All right.
I'm willing to vote if you are.
Okay, please. We are unanimous as a budget committee on the operating budget.
Selectmen? Unanimous.
Okay. Is that it?
So, February 8th.
Okay. I'm going to call this meeting to, what do I call it? Order? What the heck? No. Do I have to make a motion? Someone make a motion. Motion to adjourn. It's made by Gary Finnerty. Do we have a second?
Wait a minute,
Cindy has some. Hold
did
up.
you amend your minutes?
Yes. We did, yes, in the beginning, first
I
thing.
must have been downstairs, sorry.
That's okay. So Gary made the motion, do we have a second?
Second.
Mr. Donald is gonna second that.
Let's go.